morning, everyone. Thank you for joining today's meeting of the Rules and Bylaws Committee of the DNC. For those of you who don't know, I'm Jim Roosevelt. I serve as co-chair of this committee alongside my good friend and colleague, Minyan Moore. Before we begin our work today, please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'll turn it over to Minyan.
Good morning, everyone. The next item on the agenda is to call the roll. As always, I'd like to note for the record that this meeting is live streamed. Please be sure to state your name and state before speaking for our court reporter. I'll now ask our parliamentarian, Helen McFadden, to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Alex.
Present.
Ms. Andrews.
Here.
Mr. Applebaum.
Here.
Ms. Blanco.
Presente.
Ms. Brazil has given her proxy to Ms. Daughtry. Ms. Brown has given her proxy to Mr. Applebaum until Ms. Verrett arrives. It'll be transferred at that point. Mr. Buckley?
Here.
Ms. Campana-Wheaton?
Here.
Ms. Cardona?
Presente.
Mr. Carnahan has given his proxy to Mr. Eldridge. Ms. Conrad? Ms. Daughtry?
Here.
Mr. Davila Pernes?
Here.
Ms. Davis? Mr. Devermont? Here. Ms. Dingle has given her proxy to Ms. Moore. Ms. Dowdell?
Here.
Ms. Dugarala? Mr. Eldridge?
Here.
Ms. Fowler?
Here.
Ms. Freed has given her proxy to Ms. Fowler. Mr. Goodman? Here. Ms. Hernandez has given her proxy to Crystal Spain.
I'm here, though.
When
I'm
she
still
leaves.
here.
Mr. Hicks? Here. Mr. Wynn? Dave Wynn? Here. Okay. Ms. Kmark has given her proxy to Mr. Roosevelt. Mr. Capp?
Here.
Mr. Kerrigan?
Here.
Ms. Klebb?
Here.
Mr. Leone?
Here.
Ms. Lewis has given her proxy to Ms. Blanco. Ms. Lopez-Franson has given her proxy to Ms. Cardona. Mr. McDonald?
Here.
Ms. Monroe Moreno?
Here.
Mr. Munoz has given his proxy to Mr. Alex. Mr. Mureb has given his proxy to Ms. Dugarala. Mr. Ray?
Here.
Mr. Seltzer?
Here.
Mr. Shea?
Here.
Ms. Spain?
Here.
Mr. Spate has given his proxy to Ms. Schwecker. Ms. Schwecker? Here. Mr. Thompson? Here. Mr. Schreiber has given his proxy to Mr. Capp. Mr. Onomoto has given his proxy to Mr. Hicks until he arrives. Ms. Verrett has given her proxy to Mr. Ray until she arrives. And Mr. Washington. Here. You certainly have a quorum.
Thank you. Thank you, Helen. Members, per our charter and bylaws, a quorum is 40% or 20 members. present in person or by proxy. I'm pleased to report we have a quorum, and thank you all for being here today. We're excited to be joined by our former RBC colleague and now DNC Chair Ken Martin. Before we begin our business, Jim and I would like to invite him to say a few words. Chair Martin, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Co-Chair, thank you for allowing me the privilege to address this august body that I had the privilege of serving on for the previous 8 years. It's always a delight to join you. I want to welcome you all to Pittsburgh, of course, and it's great to be here in the Steel City for our Rules and Bylaws Committee today, and I appreciate all of you being here. Look, before I talk about the business of the committee, I just wanted to highlight something that's happening just down the street that I'm proud of. Our third Next Wave boot camp is being run by our amazing training director, Morgan Hine, over at the United Steelworkers building just a couple blocks away. It's a new initiative of ours, as you know, to train the next generation of campaign staff and organizers, and I had the chance to meet some of the young folks who have traveled from all over the eastern region just yesterday. And let me tell you, they are energized, they're excited, they're fresh-eyed and bushy-tailed. They're ready to hit the ground, of course, and do the hard work. And that energy, of course, is contagious. And it should also be a reminder of the importance of the work that all of you are doing on this committee. We have 131 days left. Every part of this ecosystem is connected. And we all have a part to play in making sure that we win this year, next year, of course, again in 2028 and beyond. Most of you by now hopefully know my slogan, which is build to win, build to last. We have to win this moment. We have to win this election cycle in just 131 days, but the work that all of you are doing in this committee right now is about helping to build our party to last, to win long term, both in 28, 30, 32, and beyond. And the decisions that you make today and in future meetings are going to play such a role in making sure that we're set up for success. Now, I've said this before. I want to thank each and every one of you for your continued service to our party. I know the sacrifices you have made to be here, and I want you to know that your focus and dedication is appreciated, both by me, the staff, and Democrats throughout the country. What you're doing is hard work. It's time-consuming work. And particularly as we gear up for this critical 2028 nominating process, it is necessary work. It's not just hard, it is necessary. We set out last fall with a simple goal, and it's worth reminding you again, to have a fair, efficient, and rigorous process that sets up our eventual nominee for success. That battle tests them in a way that makes sure that they are steeled for the fight ahead of them, which will likely be one of the toughest and most challenging presidential elections we've seen in some time. Fair in that it gives candidates a level playing field to compete without needlessly exhausting their resources. Efficient in that it helps our state parties run a transparent and inclusive contest. And rigorous in that it will battle test our candidates to win the nomination, of course, but not just win the nomination, but to win in November and ultimately win the White House. So again, thank you for all you do. Thank you for always centering those key principles in this conversation. It's not about a particular state or a particular candidate. What this is about is making sure that our party is ready to win the most critical race and the most critical campaign and election of our lifetime. So thank you. Thank you for all you've already done. I will be really honest. I wish I was still part of this committee, to be honest, and that I had a vote. But I will tell you, on behalf of a very grateful party, thank you for all you've already done and all that you will do to make sure that we're prepared. And with that, Chairs Moore and Roosevelt, thank you again for your leadership in this committee as well, and I turn the floor back to you.
Thank you very much, Chair Martin. And thank you. And thank you to all of us and all of you who joined us in Pittsburgh for our meeting this week. Our agenda for today's meeting will be centered on the discussion of the proposed 2028 delegate selection rules, which we are hoping to complete at this meeting. Following our committee's completion of the delegate selection rules, we will begin our review of the proposed call for the 2028 Democratic National Convention. During our virtual meeting last week, we covered Rule 15 through Rule 20. Today, we will review Rule 21 and Rule 22 and revisit the postponed discussions of Rule 1H, Rule 2A through 2E, and Rule 2G through 2H, and finally, Rule 14H. Now I'll stop speaking in code. And we'll then save time at the end for any members who would like to revisit. With that, let's get started with our review of Rule 21. Sham, will you or will present the proposed 2028 rule?
Thank you, co-chairs. Rule 21 establishes procedures for jurisdictional compliance and timing challenges. It imposes automatic sanctions for violations of timing, proportionality, or thresholds, and it grants the Rules and Bylaws Committee broad enforcement and remedial authority.
Thank you, Sham. Members, before we begin our review of Rule 21, my co-chair and I added proposed amendments on behalf of Chair Martin for this committee's consideration. Following our review of Rules 21A and 21B, the proposed amendments will be shown on the screen in each relevant section and read by staff. With that, the floor is open for discussion and amendments. We'll begin with Rule 21A. Do members have any proposed amendments to Rule 21A? Hearing none, how about Rule 21B? Ms. Fowler?
I'm channeling David McDonald in 21B1 in the third line. Can we change less to fewer? If it makes me happy.
If that makes you happy, and since it's grammatically correct, without objection, so ordered. Any other comments on Rule 21B? All right, that covers our review of Rules 21A and 21B. Now, Rule 21C covers violation of timing and includes a series of proposed amendments. We will begin with Rule 21C1A and ask Sham to read each proposed amendment before we begin our discussion. Sham?
So beginning in Rule 21C1A, the first amendment that you'll see on the screen is, sorry, hold on, automatic updates, is to add the line on line 24 to, after Rule 12 of these rules, to add the line, and the state party does not provide an alternative process for the first determining stage that complies with these rules by May 4th, 2027, or the date a state party has been approved to submit their plan via a waiver.
So the floor is now open for discussion. Anyone have any comments on this amendment? David, did you have comments?
I think it's probably implied, but shouldn't it be an approved alternative process? It's not sufficient to simply say we'll do something else, I think. And I would propose to add the word approved before alternative process, so.
Any objection to that addition? Hearing none, so ordered. Anyone else on Rule 21C1A? Yes.
just a clarification for what David just said, Alicia Andrews from Oklahoma, where it says provide an approved alternative process, wouldn't it be provide an alternative process for approval?
That makes sense to me. Any objection? David?
I guess my question would be, is it sufficient to propose it, or does it have to actually be implemented? Which is why I chose the word, you have to provide for something that we have approved and then go do it, not propose it for approval, and then that gets you off the hook for the delegates, it seemed to me. But that, I could go either way, but that was the reason why I put the word where I put it.
Frank?
Yeah, I think the state is providing the plan by May 4th, 2027, which is the date presumably that state delegate selection plans are due, or a later date. So it's the state is submitting the plan. It hasn't been approved yet. So I think being submitted for approval makes more sense to me.
Artie Blanco, Nevada. Thank you, Madam Chair and Chair. I think what we're trying to say, though, is that the alternative process has got to be part of an approved process within our all rules. They're not going to submit a process that would not be an approved type of process that the state would be submitting for the first determining step. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
So David, do you have a preferred text?
No, if we want to go with for approval, I could go either way, as long as the concept of approval is in there. If people would prefer to say submit an alternative process for approval, I'm not going to carry on an argument over the placement of the words. But as long as we have to approve it, so.
Alicia Andrews from Oklahoma. I guess I need to make a formal amendment, and I am requesting that we say for approval, that we change the language to for approval.
Second. So we have a motion and a second to say for approval. Is there any further discussion of that?
Carol?
Do we need also then, since they're submitting this, do we need some deadline by which it has to be approved, or if we disapprove it, they have to try, I mean, suppose they submit something and it's a piece of craziness or whatever, I mean, do we then, what happens next?
Anyone have a view on that?
So this would just be for states submitting their plan and their first step needing to be on a date within the window or on the date that a waiver that this body has provided. So if in the delegate selection plan that they submit, it is, again, I think the example is the Independent Republic of my house submits that we're going to go on the first day, the 1st of January, and we don't have a waiver to do that. If that's in the plan that's submitted by May 4th, then the penalty would be automatic because they do not have my house does not have a waiver to hold our contest on January 1st. So it would just be in regards to the date that they set for the first step. If what they submit is beyond what this committee has approved, then the sanctions would go into effect.
So they submit a better plan without the bad date in it by whatever we said, May the 4th, and then what if that plan is not good either?
This is specific to timing and not the other pieces of the plan, and so this body would still go through the standard process of finding that plan in non-compliance, conditional compliance, or full compliance. This is just specific to the date of their first determining step.
Any further discussion on that?
I think following up on Carol's question, the hypothetical is on May 3rd, 2027, a state submits a plan for an alternative process to be held within the timing of the window, But the process is, we'll all get together in the back of each county chair's house and select the delegates. And so it is not in compliance with our rules, and we have not yet made a decision that it's not in compliance with our rules, but they have submitted a plan for approval. Does that get them off the hook? That's the kind of hypothetical you're talking about, isn't it? Which is, I guess, going back, the reason I originally said it had to be approved, not just submitted, but that's what I understood her question to be. So.
If that were the case, this committee would still have the option of finding their plan in non-compliance.
But under the language of this rule, there would be no automatic penalty because they had submitted it for approval. We would then have to go through the usual steps of coming up with a penalty and whatever, but the deterrent effect would be somewhat lost.
He's asking the question, is it provide or submit for approval?
Is it provide or submit?
Alicia, could you clarify the language? Is it does not submit for approval an alternative process for the first determining stage, or provide for approval? Just to make sure I know the amendment to put it on the screen.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
I just want to make sure I get the right language on the screen for everyone. Is it, and the state party does not submit for approval an alternative process for the first step?
All right.
Does that look right?
So we have agreed upon language then. We have to vote on that, yep. All those in favor of that change, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. All right, that is adopted. So that covers 21A and B. Say again, I'm sorry.
We need to vote on the full amendment.
Yes. So we need to vote on the full amendment.
Would it be helpful for me to restate it?
Yes.
So the full amendment is the highlighted language to add the line, and the state party does not submit for approval an alternative process for the first determining stage that complies with these rules by May 4th, 2027, or the date a state party has been approved to submit their plan via a waiver.
Any further discussion?
David?
I just want to be clear on what we're voting on. Are we just voting on the section that's highlighted now, lines 23 through 31, or are we voting on the rest of?
Just the highlighted section.
Okay, thanks.
And I'm sorry, the track changes when these got added, highlighted, made everything purple.
All right, any further discussion? All right, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. All right, it is adopted. Now, moving on to 21C1B. Oh, I'm sorry, we have a little more on C1A, yes. Okay, Sham, would you read that proposed amendment?
Yes, the next amendment here is after the line, the number of pledged delegates elected in each category is to add alternates, standing committee members, and pages allocated to the state pursuant to the call for the National Convention shall be reduced by 100%. And then the next line would be, in addition, no automatic delegates allocated pursuant to Rule 9A from that state shall be seated.
All right, the floor is open for discussion. I saw a hand up and then I saw it go down. Any discussion of this amendment? Hearing no further discussion, that concludes 21C1A. We got one more, all right.
The last amendment here is at the end of Rule 21C1A, and that's to add the line, "In addition, any state found in violation of this rule forfeits their entitlement to funding pursuant to any agreement with the Democratic National Committee during the presidential nominating process from June 1st, 2027 to June 30th, 2028.
Any further discussion of that amendment? Yes, Jane.
Hi. Obviously, from the state party's perspective, we think that this opens up a unnecessary door for the RBC committee to have a say in a contract that exists between state parties and the DNC. We would propose a different type of penalty, and this committee could discuss various forms of that. There could be a just straight financial penalty. We could offer up different financial amounts that some may want to say $250,000, $300,000, $500,000. I mean, I don't know what the right figure would be, but I don't think it's appropriate for the Rules and Bylaws Committee to be injecting themselves into a contract between state parties and the DNC.
Okay, let me clean up one thing here. I think we needed to vote on the previous amendment since there's going to be further discussion on this one. All those in favor of that previous amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. All right, now there's going to be more on this one. Frank.
Yeah, Frank Leon, DC. Would it be helpful if the language were changed to, instead of making it mandatory, to allow the DNC chair to do what it says? So it's not the RBC doing it, it's the DNC chair doing it. Just a thought.
I just believe this is a contract that has language that already exists between the state parties and the DNC and the ASDC. And I would have to have our lawyers look at all of this to even see if this is even possible. And so I don't feel comfortable with inclusion of SPP being in the remedies that we seek. There are other options like a financial fine that we could consider. Or there's options of perhaps the DNC members from that state lose their votes on the DNC until the meeting after the convention. But I don't believe that we have the authority or that we should have the authority to mess with the SPP contract that we currently have in place.
Are you raising the question of whether this committee has any jurisdiction over this contract? And
that is one of the points that I'm raising. And even if they did somehow have jurisdiction over that, we still think it's inappropriate for the Rules and Bylaws Committee to be injecting on that piece. If you want to, within your authority, assign a fine to a state party, that's something totally separate.
Chair Martin.
Thank you, President Klebb. I would say, in the spirit of what you just mentioned then, maybe the amendment should say that in addition, any state found in violation of this rule would be fined the entire amount provided through the SPP.
I just don't think that we should be putting the language SPP into the delegate
That's fine.
selection plan.
Then what is the total amount that states get right now?
It's different for red states, blue
Right,
states, but you
so-
could say $250,000.
So the most we're giving a state right now is 22.5, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what is that a
I
year?
think it's 240 a year if I'm doing my math right,
What's
but I haven't.
22.5 times 12? 1 second. Let's just figure it out.
So
270,000. So in addition, any state found in violation of this rule would be fined up to $270,000 by the Democratic National Committee.
Yes.
So, President Kleber, are you proposing that we take this out entirely, or are you trying to substitute a specific amount?
We are fine with a fine being mentioned. We're not okay with it opening up the door of the Rules and Bylaws Committee entering into now a third-party contract negotiator between the DNC and ASDC.
Yes, but a fine would be a separate decision that doesn't change the contract at all. So are you all right with that?
I am, I'm looking around to the other members, but yes.
Couldn't hear what she said.
She says she's fine with it. She's
Okay.
looking at the other members.
Okay.
It's really about trying to create the deterrent effect here. I do generally agree with President Klebb, no surprise as a former president of the association, that this is a contract between the DNC and the state parties, and a pretty important one nonetheless. But what I'm not okay with, as I mentioned to President Klebb earlier, is any sense that we just keep the consequence on state parties where it's at right now, which is just a forfeiture of delegates and nothing more. And so this would be a very significant potential penalty on any state party if they did choose to violate the waivers here. And so I'm fine with this as an amendment. I think we need to actually tighten up the language a little bit more. It's not completed, but I'm okay with this. Not that it matters what I believe, but I do think it's important, to Jane's point, that we don't interfere in that relationship between the DNC and the state parties. Because if we did leave the language as is, we would have to go in and actually open up the SPP to add language in there as well, so we don't have a breach of contract with our state parties. So I do believe that this probably accomplishes the same thing without interfering in the governance between the DNC and the state parties as it relates to their contract.
David, did you have a comment?
I think maybe more as a member of the DNC than as a member of the RBC. I would hope that whatever contracts we have with the state parties, at a minimum, require them to spend the money we're giving them in a manner consistent with the policies of the National Committee. And if that's the case, spending money that we give them in any manner that would undermine our timing calendar would, at least back when I was in active practice, be a material breach of a contract that would authorize suspension of the obligations of the DNC. But since I haven't seen the contract, I can't say it, but it just seems to me maybe it's a budget and oversight, and we don't have to address it today because you're going to amend your proposal, but it concerned me a little bit that there was some thought that a state could violate a major policy of the National Party and then continue to get money to carry out in that violation, which may not occur here, but I just want to note it that somewhere or another that should be subject to some kind of oversight.
Carol? No? Okay. Steve?
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, thank you. That was a suggestion I was going to make. So don't you all want to glom on to good ideas? That's what I like to do. The one question I had is date payable by. Like, I wouldn't want someone to be subject to a fine and then take 9 months or a year to end up paying it. I feel like the teeth have to be, because to David's point, if they keep getting the SPP money, but they're not forfeiting the fine, there should be some date. I don't have this is great. I'm making a suggestion without a suggestion. I don't have a date in mind, but I think it should be within 30 days of the violation being realized or whatever you all think is appropriate. But we should put a date in there.
So you want to set in this language here a payable by date?
Yes, because otherwise they can, if there's no date, it means nothing. They can pay it whenever they want. So,
Mr. Chair, can I suggest just to Steve's very fair point, because most state parties frankly don't have that much operating cash. Some like yours do, Steve, for a prodigious fundraiser. But
for anyone watching on YouTube,
he could actually pay all of the fines, is what he's saying, right? No, I think, and thanks to my colleague here, Chairman Hicks from California, for this great suggestion, which is just to end this next section up to $270,000 to be paid by the state party no later than June 30th of 2028.
And what if they don't? Oh, you
Well,
just withhold it.
What's that? Yeah. Does that make sense?
All right, Barry?
June 30th.
Me? Hi, Barry Goodman, Michigan. Couple things. First of all, I'm not sure I like the up to, because that's too much discretion. You know, what if we're saying, oh, that state should have a $20,000 fine, and this state should have a $200,000 fine, and I just think that's creating more of an issue. And at 270, the 22.5, I thought is a different number. If they were in a battleground state, it's a little lower number, but that might be somebody that moved forward. So now we may be charging them more than the amount of that 13 months. You know, to me, I think it should be maybe, 200 and just have a solid. It is 200 grand, and they have to no later than June 30, 28, and they can choose if they want to pay it off by not accepting the monthly payment. So that makes it easier for the state party, not that they're going to be happy, but they're not taking it out of their coffers, they're just not accepting more money from the DNC. So, I look at having to fix this in order to really take away some of the discretion. I don't like the up to, and I think the amount should not be more than what any state might have to pay, and I think it's less than 270 if it's a non, purple state, so to speak. So that would what I would throw out. Thank you.
So you're proposing a definite amount rather than an up to, is that it?
That's correct, so that we take away that up to and we don't put the onus on the RBC or the chair to determine that one state may be different than another. I mean, how do you make that determination? If they violate the rule, it should be the same no matter whether it's Rhode Island or California, small, large, whatever. So that's why I think the up to should come out. And I don't know if there's any penalty if they don't pay it by June 30, 2028, then have they lost their delegates at that point? Or, I don't know what transpires if this doesn't happen. So that's why I thought the option of using the money that we pay to the state to allow them to pay it back by not accepting it pursuant to that fine, if God forbid they have to do that, then, might be beneficial to the states if they want to breach our rules, at least give them an easier way to pay it off and not complain we don't have the money.
All right, let's hear from Cristobal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cristobal Alex, Washington, D.C. I was going in the same direction that you were. My question, and this has to do with me not understanding fully what the maximum is or if there's variation between the states. If there isn't, I would just delete the up to.
Yeah, that is great. I can answer that real quick. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cristobal, the SPP agreement right now has various levels of support for our state parties as well as for our territories. They all get different amounts. Red states right now get $22,500 a month.
That's the most, right?
That's the most. That's the up to the 270. Sort of blue and purple states get $17,500 a month. And then the territories get an additional amount, which is less, and I can't remember what that is. Jane, you might remember off the top of your head. But the point is that, or maybe they get the same, 17.5, I can't remember. But the point is there is a variance there, which is why I said the up to. I actually think Barry makes a fair point here to take the sort of, I guess, subjectivity out of it and just be very clear, this is the amount you're going to be fined. But there is different amounts that each state, so for instance, if we went to 270, you're right, that states that aren't getting that much would actually be paying more on top of that, right? But that is the maximum amount that some states are getting. Roughly around 20 states right now of our 57 state parties are actually red states, and they receive the full $270,000 a year. So that would, of course, for those 20 states, that is the amount they're getting via the SPP contract. The rest of the states and territories are getting that $17,500 a month, I believe. Is that correct, Luis?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So we could say equivalent to any payments from the Democratic National Committee under the SPP, something like that? You don't want to say that? Okay.
That's why I had suggested the 200, which is the lower 17.5, but, you know, it would be the same for, you know, a state's not going to come, you know, the 270, you know, state that receives that much money are not going to say, oh my God, we saved 70 grand. I mean, they're not going to be happy with $200,000 either. So, but
So
I
you
think
wanna
that
set
takes away the takes away the discretion.
flat
And I really
amount.
think the less discretion we have, the better. As far as something like that that can be discussed and
What are you
separate.
proposing for a flat amount?
I just, you know, any state found in violation of this rule would be fined $200,000 to be paid by the state party no later than June 30, 2028, or, I mean, there could be language, and I'd have to try to write it down, or can use the SP dollars that they would receive as payment back by not accepting those funds, to give them an option of how they would pay it.
You want to make
And
that
they
a
have to
motion?
choose that within the 30, you know, that period of time, and
Do you want to make that a motion?
yes.
Is there a second?
I have a comment before that about this.
No. I want to hear your comment, but there is a second. Okay, now a comment.
So I think to be sticklers about the language, which I think is good, I guess a question about the timing of when the DNC pays this, because if it's before this, then the to be paid, I think, is fine, but if it's not, then the language could be to be withheld by the DNC to the state party, because it is a difference if they don't have it yet, and it says to be paid, that does mean taking out of coffers that they would never have had it in the first place. But if they don't have it yet, then it's to be withheld by the DNC.
So this could say to be paid by such and such a date, or to be withheld by the Democratic National Committee.
Again, we're trying to separate SPP from this fine. So we should not mention SPP at all, or withholding funds.
Oh,
It
you
should
don't wanna
just
say
be a
withholding
fine.
either. I see.
Like a fine of $200,000 or $250,000. I mean, we can create the amount, but there should be no connection to SPP.
So you don't want to say withheld either, because that connotes.
Correct.
Okay. So then the timing, will the state parties have had that amount? Because then it wouldn't be to be paid. So I guess I'm just struggling with that language, unless we.
It's money out of their bank account. So it's not tied to SPP. So they know if they move ahead that they have to pay this financial fine.
And they could negotiate they can negotiate, you know, I'll use this money from the PPP. That's separate, that is not connecting it, but they could negotiate how they're paying it back. And it could be, let the DNC keep, you know, I want to pay this back, we don't have it, keep my PPP, my SPP. So that's a way that they could do it, but it doesn't connect this wording
would be
to
their
the
choice.
SPP.
And that was the basis of my motion, that they have the option to say, don't pay us, we're using that money to pay off the fine, not we're taking it from them, we're giving them the option.
Luis?
Luis Davila, Pernas, Puerto Rico. I strongly support this language, not only for the reasons that President Klebb has already mentioned regarding SPP and DNC, but also because I believe this new language saying would be fined up to $270,000 in the end is a stronger deterrent than withholding any type of funding structure that's currently operating within the state parties and DNC. If a state party has insufficient funds to be able to pay a $270,000 fine, say, in 4 months, if the violation happens in February 2028 and they have to pay in 4 months, then they're in serious trouble.
And they'll do it, right?
And to the extent that this is not tied to the SPP or whatever, it becomes an even stronger deterrent. So if what we are trying to accomplish here is to make sure that everyone abides by the delegate selection rules that we're putting together, then I think this language, even if it's strong, even if it's going to be very hard for many state parties to comply or to pay that fine, given their operational expenses or whatnot. I believe this takes us to where we want to go.
All right, Wendy?
Crystal Spain, South Carolina. I do agree with the new language and taking out up to, but I don't agree with the June 30th date. I just think that that's an opportunity for people to fundraise around it, to say, oh, well, we just punched Big Brother in the face, help us, raise $270,000. I think it needs to be more immediate with the date, or with the violation.
Wendy, did you have a further comment?
Yeah, were you thinking about that, Crystal?
Writing it down.
Wendy Davis, Georgia. I heartily agree with the chairwoman here. My concern was that late date, because if they have until June 30th, and that's the end of our process as we're talking about, and they don't do it at that point, like, we're not going to get it, right? Like, I mean, we're talking about trying to make people comply. I don't see the up to taken out, and maybe that's just because we're not on that step yet, but like, whatever it is, if we really want this to be a deterrent, it needs to be one price for anybody. And frankly, again, we're thinking about why someone would defy us intentionally. And one element of that would be having a very affluent supporter who might be running for president who would say, it will help me for you to be sooner, so I'll give you money. So I don't know that 200,000 is a big enough deterrent.
Yeah. Raymond?
Thank you. The $250,000, while a deterrent to a small state, I don't think means much to a large state. The state that is east of the chair's state, last cycle did $63 million in their cycle. So $250,000 to the neighboring state isn't a deterrent. And so I guess I would, I was trying to scribble while I was trying to pay attention. I would suggest that we do $100,000 per congressional district or a minimum of $250,000. So if some of the larger states jump in here, that makes it a financial deterrent. That it is not $250,000 is not a deterrent for a good dozen of our states, if not more. So it really should be apples and apples, not apples and oranges.
So we have a motion in front of us.
Right. We have the 200,000. We have the
So
200,000.
200,000 was proposed and seconded.
Mm-hmm. And we were in discussion.
We're in discussion. Do you want to make any change to that, Barry, or do you want to leave that?
No, I mean, I sort of, understand where Ray's coming from, and I was just trying to make it consistent across and take discretion away. If we want to make it, it could stay 200 or X dollars per congressional district if we're talking about picking up, but I'm just trying, I mean, I don't have a problem with amendments. I guess I want to hear the language of how it would be coming from, how Ray would propose it, and then we can go from there whether I would accept it or not. So Ray?
Raymond?
I would offer a friendly amendment of saying this rule would be fined $100,000 per congressional district or a minimum of $200,000. So is it 250 or 200 now? I know, I misspoke. Or, I don't care, 250, 200, whichever the motion is.
So Barry, are you accepting one of these things?
I'm accepting, I believe the 200 should be the low, because we have small states also, that would be painful. And yet, the larger states add the 100,000 per congressional district and have that choice, I suppose.
Right, so the proposal before us is still the 200,000, right?
Yes.
Pardon me? No second. Right.
Just to confirm,
Unless
is
the
the language
proposer
in,
and the seconder accept Ray's proposal, it stays at just the 200,000.
As a seconder, I have one more question. The difference between this 200 and what Raymond is proposing for a state like Oklahoma, because that's my experience, is a difference between $200,000 and $500,000. Smaller parties like that, I mean, we talk about it kind of flippantly, but they basically have to shut the doors and hope, because we're not trying to tie it to SPP or anything like that, but we are literally saying, in an off year, that's 80% of Oklahoma's budget.
Then don't violate the rule.
I get that, and I'm not the state party chair of Oklahoma anymore. I'm just saying, as I look across the landscape, I think we should have some teeth, but that feels detrimental. Okay.
So as the seconder, you're not accepting the friendly amendment, right?
Correct.
Is
Okay.
the thought, Alicia, if I could just jump in, that the $100,000 should be 50 or whatever per congressional district, so that it eases the pain for somebody like Oklahoma, but it still is a lot of money for New York or California or something like that?
I would accept 50,000 per congressional district. That feels more realistic and attainable. I am not encouraging folks to break the rules. I just, we are talking about this because the likelihood and because historically folks have broken the rules. And I know when I got into the system, there were a lot of state parties that owed the DNC a lot of money. And I don't think we want to create a situation where we get back there, even if it's because they broke a rule.
Well, before I accept the amendment for 50, which I probably don't have, we have a lot of hands up, so let's go through those, and then I'll be glad to amend or not, depending on what others say, so I can hear in that regard, if you don't mind.
So we're going to go ahead and finish the discussion around this. Gary, before we vote on it.
Gary Shea, California. I support the basic direction that this is headed, but I do have a question about what happens if it isn't paid by that date. Is there something in the rules that would cover that already, or do we need to add something to that as well?
Is there anything that exists currently that would penalize them if they didn't pay? I don't think so.
continue to be in violation of these rules?
Yeah, other than violation.
In violation of these rules, and therefore essentially make their delegates subject to challenge.
Yep.
But that would
I
happen
guess-
anyway if they're out of order. They've already lost all their delegates.
For any state that would be subject to penalties under this section, they would have lost their delegates, alternate standing committee members, pages, and automatic delegates from the convention already. And yeah, so not much punishment beyond that.
Right. Carol?
I'm wondering too what the enforcement mechanism is. If you can't withhold the dollars, which I get that, you can't withhold them, and they just say, not going to pay? And do they have to pay in federal dollars? I just think there are a lot of little pieces of this that we need to be sure we know what we're doing here. I don't mind putting a big financial penalty on the state, but I don't know that we have any way to collect it.
Well, I think this goes back to James' original point, the RBC, you know, instructing money, which we don't have.
And it's not the
But I think we
RBC,
came
though,
to a
it's the-
reasonable compromise, and then, of course, we got it amended by, or proposed by Ray.
And this won't be actually the RBC, it will be the DNC once these rules are
right.
passed by the full DNC.
That's right.
I don't think we should make a threat we can't enforce.
So what I would say is that, as you say, it will be the DNC. DNC at that point will essentially have a debt owed to it, and it'll be up to the DNC to find ways to enforce that debt.
Steph?
Steph Complainly in New Jersey. My question was along the lines of Carol's thinking here in terms of enforcement, and would it be in line to not seat DNC members until the fine is paid? Also, not for nothing, but if we add US dollars after all of those, because some smart, funny person might try to pay in a different denomination.
Susan?
Susan Swecker, Virginia. A couple of points. One, I think we have been very specific and very intentional about this whole section. So if we are going to be serious about it, we need to be serious about it. And I do, and I understand, Alicia, where you're coming from in a way, but if we're going to be intentional, then we need to say, if you do not abide by the rules, you know, there is going to be serious consequences. So I actually think we should keep the higher amount that Ray suggested in there. It does seem to me that there are some other little things that need to be a little more fine-tuned and worked out. So I don't know if it would be helpful to, you know, table this and maybe come back tomorrow and have a little more, you know, fine-tuning to the enforcement part of it, because I do think that might need a little bit of working. But if we're going to go in and be serious about this, let's be serious about it and don't sugarcoat anything.
Cristobal?
Thank you, Cristobal Alex, Washington, D.C. I'm with you that we need to be extremely serious about this, and I'm very supportive of the greatest deterrence that we can possibly have. As I hear the conversation, and we're throwing out these numbers based on size, on what some states get, what some states don't get, congressional districts, I actually worry more now about a smaller state under that theory that would have to pay less, because practically speaking, what's to stop a well-funded candidate, a major self-funder, some outside entity to say, you know what, we'll eat that $600,000, which, you know, in a competitive race, that's like a couple of days of advertising, right? So I don't know that will create a sufficient deterrent, even though it sounds like a big number now. When you're going to spend $1 billion in a campaign, it may not be. I don't have suggested language, I'm not concerned that the numbers are way too low.
Cristal?
Crystal Spain, South Carolina. I just wanted to reiterate if we get ready to vote, the date. I'd love to try to change it. I think some of my colleagues have ideas about the date. And again, to Alicia's point about this being detrimental to state parties, I think that penalties should be, like, because to break this, to be in violation of these rules takes calculation, right? People have to, you know, get their laws changed, all of that. So it's not like it's just going to be some knee-jerk thing you do. It's something that you are going to take time and preparation to do. So I think that the penalty needs to be stiff. And I feel this way as a state party, it would be detrimental for our budget as well. But you know, if you're gonna sit back and, you know, deliberately break the DNC's rules, I think the penalties should be stiff, but I do want to acknowledge that the date, I would love to figure out a new date or different timing.
Right, Jamie?
Jamie?
Jamie, excuse me. Jamie Selzer, North Dakota, a question for President Klebb. The original language was simple, clean, and extremely easy to enforce by just not sending a check. In terms of the enforcement on this, we will be giving money with our right hand and taking it back from our left. We'd have to sue. I can't imagine we will do that. We will end up forgiving these fines, is what we will end up doing if we are fining people rather than withholding. So the question for you, are you concerned? I see this as such a narrow rule under extremely narrow circumstances for a finite amount of time. Are you worried about the rule itself? Or are you worried that this opens the door to RBC setting rules about contracts? Because this is, especially with the SPP, is such a narrow rule as originally written here.
I and other chairs are worried that if this becomes an option, that it will become an option for other things that the RBC wants state parties to do as well.
Steve?
All right, so a couple things. Steve Kerrigan, Massachusetts. I agree with Chair Spain. I would recommend, when appropriate, either 30 or 60 days after the violation is realized, because that would move. I do think waiting to June 30th is too long. I also have written down several times, so what happens next if they don't pay it? I think Carol said the words that scare all of us state party chairs, but I think will help is make it federal dollars, because that takes away a big donor writing a massive check to the state party that can allow unlimited funds from covering that debt. If you make it federal dollars, that's much tighter. And look, I'll say this, and Alicia, I understand the hit to the party. If we had to pay $900,000, which Massachusetts has no interest in going earlier than Super Tuesday, we're very happy. I want to be very clear. But if we had to pay $900,000, that's a lot of our budget. But it should be. Fines should not necessarily be designed to be attainable. They should be there designed to show the seriousness of the violation. And so I agree with my friend from the Granite State for the $100,000 per congressional district or $200,000. But I would want to see, say it's 60 days after the violation is realized, and federal dollars.
All right, Wendy?
I like his 60-day timeline of the violation, but if that's not picked, I think June 30th is way too late, and I would say Super Tuesday.
Because that's what they're jumping ahead of.
Because that's what they're jumping ahead of.
And then Coleman took his hand down, right?
Yep, we have David now.
David McDonald, Washington. A couple of things. I don't think the amount is relevant if you assume the candidates are going to come to the state. If a state jumps up front and the candidates decide to campaign there, 200,000, 800,000 is probably a drop in the bucket because you'll be selling fundraiser tables. My very first year on this committee, I sat next to a state that did not have front state status, telling me how much money was made by a Midwest state that ran a caucus that sold tables at, I think, $20,000 a table for several fundraisers in a row. The issue in terms of whether the amount can be paid or not is going to be dependent on whether candidates participate. But more generally, the more I listen to this discussion, I think Ken's original proposal was in fact the correct proposal. It is a penalty that is self-executing, and more important, it's a penalty that happens over a period of time so that after the first penalty is withheld, there's time to say, maybe we should rethink this. It's, maybe we should work out, maybe we're not going to have candidates come. Maybe we ought to recomply. And I think there's some benefit to, again, having time for further discussions rather than just simply drawing a line in the sand saying, oops, you're 2 inches over the line, end of discussion. We'll just argue about this for the next year as to whether or not we should have done it. But so I understand the concern with respect to the contracts, but as I said, having not seen them, but having, when I was in active practice, litigated many contracts, I would be surprised if it was not possible to suspend the DNC's obligation to make a payment under a contract if the other side of the contract is doing something in violation of DNC policies. That's up to Andy and the other attorneys. But I think the mechanism that Ken proposed is, to take a quote that I can't attribute out of context, it's the best of all the bad choices. It's the least bad of all the bad choices. Everything else has enforcement issues, has drag-out issues, has size issues. His was narrowly focused to a narrow problem, and I would vote down any of these amendments and go back to his language as far as I'm concerned.
So Jane and Steph, unless you have something that you want to add to this particular section here or language, what Jim and I have discussed is maybe tabling this so that we can workshop this language, because there's several different proposals that's been thrown out here. So maybe we will come back to this after lunch, if that's okay with everyone. Sure.
Sorry, just for my memory here, so if a state is found in violation, this body would decide if a state violated the rules, correct? The RBC would determine if a state was found to be in violation of the rule, correct? Thank you, just wanted to make sure.
But I do just want to clarify that in order, if we went back to Ken's original language, we would have to amend the SPP. And I'm telling you, the ASDC will not sign that. So it is a non-starter.
All right,
So we're going to table this after lunch,
without objection.
without objection.
All right.
I just have one question before you move on in that regard. A lot of people have talked about the candidates coming in and paying the fine. But it's my understanding when we jump to farther in this rule that the candidates themselves can't come into that state without having issues themselves. And they're not going to give a state $800,000 to pay a fine if they can't even go and campaign there. So I think the candidate coming in and saving the states is a non-issue because the candidates themselves can't go there. And so I'm just throwing that out when we talk about it after that. I think that should be a non-issue.
Thank you.
All right, so, yes, Christophe.
Crystal Spain, South Carolina. I just want to disagree with that. They might not give it to themselves, but they can absolutely raise it for them. You know, so that it is still a real possibility.
Moving on to 21C.
Yeah, so, all right, having tabled that until later today, we'll move on to Rule 21C1B. Sham, will you read the proposed amendment?
Thank you. The first proposed amendment to Rule 21C1B, and again, apologies on the screen that it says C. This is track changes impact until we accept some of the other changes.
You gotta talk into the mic, please.
I'm sorry. So moving on to Rule 21C1B, and I know on the screen it says C, but this is it's because of track changes. The first amendment here is to add, following the line, shall not receive pledged delegates or delegate votes, and to change the word that to any state that has been issued a Rule 12 waiver.
Floor is now open for discussion on this amendment. Hearing none. Yes, Frank.
Yeah, could you clarify what that means? People might not everybody might be following that.
In the event a state has been found in violation of timing and holds their contest in the early window, a candidate who campaigns in that state would, if this language were to be approved, would forfeit delegates from all states that have been issued a Rule 12 waiver, so all early states.
Any further discussion on this amendment?
Wendy?
Yes, Wendy Davis from Georgia. Just a question again, I know if people are digging into these rules, they probably are conversant with this rule language, but would it be beneficial for clarity to say early states just parenthetically after that?
I would because that's what it means. It's for early states, so it's, are you proposing language or? David?
It's rare, but we occasionally have to consider issuing waivers for late states. That came up, I think, 1 cycle or 2 cycles ago with one of the states wanted to hold their selection process in July or August under state law. So it's not strictly early states, but
Yeah, I did.
you could say pre-March 1st or something to tie to the other rule. But
Is there any objection to that?
Any objection to that? Yes, Gary?
I think we should be consistent in our language, and I thought the language that we use for this sort of thing is pre-window. And shouldn't that be what's in the parenthetical?
That's good.
Sorry, can you say that once again?
You said pre-window.
I'm just suggesting that pre-window or pre-window states is the appropriate language so that we can be consistent throughout the document.
Any objection to that modification?
I think it was Leah, then David.
Leah?
I was just gonna say that if you've read this far in the rules, you kind of already know what this means. So I don't know, it seems like we're just wordsmithing unnecessarily now. I mean, if you've gotten all the way to Rule 21, you know what we're talking about here. So, I mean,
David?
what I was going to suggest, if you want to clarify the rule rather than use yet another term that people might not understand, a pre-window, simply say, issued a Rule 12 waiver to hold their first determining step prior to the second Tuesday of March, or whatever Rule 12 says. I mean, we specify the date that we're talking about, and if they've been issued a waiver to hold an event prior to that date, then they count. And if, because Rule 12, it talks about the back end of the window as well, but early states, pre-window, those are all terms that you have to know what the rules are about to start with to figure out what they mean. So.
or we could put a period after Rule 12, waiver, and just go back to the original language.
I think so. I think that the original language is probably the best. Yep. Steph?
Staff complaint we in New Jersey, not for nothing, but we don't clarify them anywhere else. Like if you look at the other side of Rule 9A, we're not clarifying that. So I think just saying Rule 12 waiver, like the bishop said. And then if someone's really curious, go back and read Rule 12, which is what I just did, and that was pretty simple. It's all in one document. So I think just removing pre-window states is, and reverting back is great.
Do we want to reread this so people can understand? Can we reread this so people can understand where we landed or where it's landing?
All right,
before they
from
vote
the
on it?
top, Rule 21C1B, a presidential candidate who campaigns in a state where the state party is in violation of the timing provisions of these rules, or where a primary or caucus is set by a state's government on a date that violates the timing provisions of these rules, shall not receive pledged delegates or delegate votes from any state that has been issued a Rule 12 waiver.
Is there any further discussion around this? Now we should vote on it, right?
If there's no further discussion, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the amended version, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. All right. That concludes Rule 21C1B.
No, sorry, there's a couple other sections. They're just separate. They're separate amendments.
Well, he's getting ready to go to them.
Okay,
Sean, please read
so we have a
21.
separate amendment?
Yeah.
All right, Sean, will you read that?
So confusing.
Let's see.
So after the language that you all just approved, there is a striking for the national chair shall take appropriate action to enforce these rules. That language has been moved further down in Rule 21C1B. But the next substantive amendment is to include the language failing to publicly denounce viable or substantial independent efforts to promote a candidate's campaign.
Any discussion of this amendment? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Sean, do you have another?
I do.
Yes, I thought you did.
It's moving a little further down in the clause that talks about coordinating volunteer activities to add the language or direct voter contact. If we could scroll the doc to the next page. Thank you.
Any discussion of this amendment? All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it.
The final amendment to Rule 21C1B is adding language to the end of the section which says, if a majority of the Rules and Bylaws Committee finds that a candidate is in violation of this rule, the national chair shall prohibit participation in DNC sanctioned debates and take any other appropriate action to enforce these rules.
Any discussion of that amendment?
David?
I just want to be clear that the language used, as I would understand it, means a majority of the entire committee, not a majority present and voting. It says a majority of the committee. Is that what's intended?
I'm assuming so, but the author is not here.
I think that's what intended is
Yeah.
a majority of the entire committee, yeah.
Right. Okay, a constitutional majority then, okay.
Needs to say that, because everywhere else,
So what are you recommending, Helen?
if you really mean a majority of the committee,
We should say that.
yeah, because everywhere else,
It means
it's
president
president
voting.
voting.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And that's the majority of the entire, it doesn't.
okay. So we got entire in there now?
Yes.
And
Stu.
yes.
I would think that all we really need to do is that if the Rules and Bylaws Committee finds that a candidate is in violation, that should be sufficient without saying if a majority. Our votes normally do not require a majority of those people appointed to the committee. I think that it would be if a decision is made by the Rules and Bylaws Committee in the normal way it makes decisions, that should be enough.
Essentially, that would be taking the word entire out
Right.
and going back to president voting.
Taking out a majority of the entire, if the Rules and Bylaws Committee
Committee,
finds that a
right.
candidate is in violation. And I make that as a motion.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that,
Yay, we're all full
That's the way to do it, Stu.
so moved and seconded that this just read the Rules and Bylaws Committee, but we should know that that means a majority present and voting.
Yes.
Any further discussion of that? Yes. Jamie.
In section 4 there, we say upon a determination of the DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee, why don't we just replicate that language here? I mean, it says essentially the same thing. We already have the language in front of us that exists. Why don't we just reuse it?
Into the microphone.
What is he approving?
He said replicate the language. Jamie, would you repeat that for somebody?
Yeah, so section 4, it says upon a determination of the DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee, et cetera, et cetera. Why don't we just use that same language here? Then we're not talking about majorities or present and voting. We're already using this language.
All right. Okay,
Yeah,
that
I
is
suggest a friendly amendment.
accepted by the proposer and the seconder. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right, I think that does conclude.
I have a question about the
21C1B,
previous
right?
paragraph.
I think Wendy has a question.
Wendy?
This is Wendy Davis, Georgia. I apologize. I have a question about the previous paragraph. I hadn't finished reading down to refresh myself. That list of all the activities that we call campaigning, it seems that we haven't excluded private fundraising events from this list. And is that intentional or not? Again, my recollection is from the '08 cycle, we couldn't campaign, but we could fundraise in that state, which seemed.
Carol?
Originally, when this list was devised of activities, we deliberately left out private fundraising events because we thought that the candidates would so hate not being able to go to Florida and get money. And so we just didn't put that in there. But, maybe it's time to update that. But it still seems to me that private fundraising events are okay. It's campaigning, but if you've got 20 people in a room giving you $100,000 apiece, and you don't do anything else while you're there, I don't know, but probably that's something we should discuss, but that's the reason that was left out in the first place.
You should raise that with Chair Martin, too.
Barry?
Going back up there also, and I went down the hall for a minute, so I apologize if somebody brought this up, but when we talked about 21, we talked about what if the candidate, paid the state the fine. What if we added to this section that is a violation of the rule and they would be subject, that they cannot pay the state any fine that might be levied?
Alicia Andrews, Oklahoma. I am opposed to including private fundraisers in this list because I do think that they are separate. And, as I try to wrap my mind around limiting candidates from raising the kind of money that they need to raise, I struggle with also saying, and don't you go over there for any reason whatsoever if that state has money. I mean, Steve has said multiple times that he's not trying to be an early state, but I bet folks are going to his state for fundraisers, and I don't know if we call that campaigning.
Wendy?
Raising money is absolutely campaigning. is absolutely campaigning. I just want us to be clear and consistent if y'all don't want to add it, but it is campaigning for us to act like a private fundraising event is not a campaign event. I just want us to be clear.
But there are lots of independent fundraising campaign events that doesn't have anything to do, that the candidate doesn't show up at, that they can raise money around, so I think it's.
I think you get into an enforceability problem there as well.
Yeah. I think, Gary?
I was just going to say that, Gary Shea, California, I was just going to say that using the phrase private fundraising to me is very ambiguous. I don't really know what that means. If I go out on my own to raise money for the candidate with no influence from them, is that covered by the phrase private fundraising? Or is this somehow otherwise modified up in the document that it would explain it?
Daniela?
Thank you. Danielle from Nevada. I would agree with Gary and Alicia. When you talk about private fundraising, sometimes candidates are invited to church events, nonprofit events, and they're not necessarily raising money for their campaign, although they're on the ballot. They're also raising money for those other organizations. So now are you penalizing those organizations that are inviting that candidate in? Because that candidate may have notoriety, which helps elevate the participation that those organizations have within those communities. So now you're not just limiting the candidate and penalizing them, you're also penalizing those churches and those nonprofits and those organizations, or those small house parties that seniors are putting on. You're including all of that if you add that language. So I would be in agreement.
I want to add one more thing, Alicia Andrews from Oklahoma. A lot of times, if they're coming in for the church or they're coming in for some other thing, the state party doesn't know. And if we include that in here, now the state party is in trouble of having activity that could cause them a fine. And so that's a real thing, that candidates come into a state for fundraising. Sometimes they don't tell the state party, but now the state party is in trouble. That's a real thing.
Jane?
I was just trying to get clarity if this meant, which it didn't hit me until you both brought this up. So state parties hold fundraisers all the time and invite presidential candidates, even without, so in the early window, if Iowa was in the early window and Nebraska wanted to hold a fundraiser, those candidates couldn't come to my Big Blue fundraiser during this early window. Even if it wasn't related to them, like, we're not changing our date, right? But we're just holding a fundraiser because all the candidates are across the border. I can't do that?
No, you can, because it's not in the state.
State parties do that all the time in the adjoining states. That's what I was just trying to do.
Steve?
So I also am opposed to adding the private fundraising, but and not just because they all come to Massachusetts and with a Hoover vacuum and take all our money and then go to see Ray, which is fine. We're glad to play our part. But I also want to point out to Danielle, I think the going to a church picnic, that is not a private fundraising thing. That is definitely campaigning, and I don't want to confuse the two. What Alicia was mentioning, and I think what we're talking about is flying in, raising money. And to your point, we never hear when candidates are coming until a day or so before, and that's fine, and that's probably good for us in this instance. But I do think when you stray into raising money for other entities, if you're coming and you're speaking just out of the goodness of your heart, that is a campaign event. But if you're going to someone's living room in Brookline and there's no press around it and you're just raising money, then to me that, so I'm against including private fundraising in the Carol Fowler list of what is campaigning.
And let's not lose sight of the fact that this only applies to the state that is out of order. They can come to Massachusetts or Nebraska or anywhere to do whatever they want to do, but they cannot come. But if they creep into Florida and raise some money at somebody's house, we don't care, I guess. But, and I think that's where Wendy was going, do we care? But they can do anything they want to in any state except one that's out of order.
So Helen, do we need any vote here?
No, because she didn't offer.
No, that's correct. I don't think so. I think we had some expressions of points of view, but not an actual motion. In that case, we will move on to Rule 21C1C. Oh, Barry?
I want to go back up to, the above, and I'm thinking, and we can place it somewhere else, somebody else might have better language, but where I'm seeing paying for campaign materials to be used in such a state, I'm talking about now the candidate, I would add further, no candidate shall either directly or indirectly contribute to fines levied against any state found in violation of 21C. So I'm adding that teeth that we talked about when we come back to 21, but if people were worried about, oh, the candidates will just come in and pay it, we add that against the candidate, they can't do it or they violate the rule, that's eliminated.
Are you proposing that as a formal amendment?
Yes.
Is there a second?
No.
Okay. Is there a second? Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
David?
David McDonald, Washington. Barry, I think with respect to the intent of what you're doing, contributing to is pretty narrow. Don't you also want to cover assist in, don't you really mean assist in paying the fine, which would cover showing up for a fundraiser even though you're not personally writing a check, but you're the head?
I have no problem with using that word assisted.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I would, in that case, I would suggest substituting assisting in for contributing to, something like that.
I'd accept that.
Sure. Well, so you're accepting that. Your seconder is accepting that. Yeah, all right. Okay. Steve?
So I get the intent of this, and I'm glad to vote for it if it's what the body wishes. I just hope we understand that it's really impossible to track. So you can have a fundraiser that a candidate shows up at and you raise a lot of money, but as we all know, you can't direct a contribution to a party to go to any specific task. So we can write it, and if it makes us all feel great, that's great. But I think it's unnecessary use of the English language in this instance. And so if you all want me to vote for it, I will, but otherwise I'll be voting no.
David?
Steve, what it would cover is, fortunately that bottle's not open yet. What it would cover is the state party saying, we had this huge debt to pay. We're having a fundraiser to raise the money, and oh, by the way, our keynote speaker is, and the candidate then shows up. I mean, I agree if it's kind of a general purpose, raise money for whatever, but if the candidate knows and the party's being explicit that they're trying to raise money to pay a fine for a violation of rules, then it would be covered by this.
Steve? Okay. All right, any further discussion on this amendment?
Sorry, we had a Wi-Fi issue.
We need the language. Can we reread the language, please?
Hold on.
Give us 1 second.
I got it. All right. Could you restate the language? Barry?
I had further, comma, no candidate shall assist either directly or indirectly I have to find levied against a state found in violation of Rule 21C. So either directly or indirectly, comma, to fines levied against a state found in violation of Rule 21C.
Yes, so do we need either a period or a semicolon before the word further?
Right. Well, I just started a new sentence, so further, you know, or you can have the semicolon, that's fine.
All right, so we have the language.
With fines.
Who is
With fines, yeah, it should be, instead of two, with.
Michael? Oh, no, I see, it's dead.
Hi, Michael Kapp from California. Yeah, I think we're getting there. With fines, it should be assist state parties with fines, either directly or indirectly. Friendly amendment.
So it's been suggested here that that be modified to with paying fines.
I'd accept that amendment.
You accept that, and you accept that? Any further discussion in light of this text as it now reads? Frank?
Yeah, just Frank Leone, DC. Where it says against a state found in violation, it probably should be against a state party found in violation.
Yeah. That's accepted, yeah. State party, okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of this amendment say aye. Opposed, no. All right. Anything further, Sean? I think that concludes 21C1B. 21C1C, rather. Yep, okay.
Moving on to Rule 21C1C, the addition of a new section, Section C, and the adding of language that reads, sanctions applied under this section may not be undone by further action from the DNC, Democratic National Convention, or any subcommittee thereof. None of the aforementioned bodies shall have jurisdiction to undo any applied sanctions.
David?
I'd like to move to substitute for this amendment language that reads, sanctions imposed under this section may not be rescinded or amended by further action of any body, comma, including the National Convention, comma, except that upon recommendation of the national chair, the Rules and Bylaws Committee may rescind or amend a sanction imposed under this section. And
could you say that slower? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sanctions imposed under this section may not be rescinded or amended by further action of any body, comma, including the National Convention, comma, except that upon recommendation of the national chair, the Rules and Bylaws Committee may rescind or amend a sanction imposed under this section.
David, are the two sentences of this, are C and D consistent here?
This is a substitution for the entirety of what was proposed as Section C.
So this is a substitution
Yes, it's a motion
for
to substitute, yeah.
what was D and for C.
Yes.
Sorry, David, after the Rules and Bylaws Committee may, can you just repeat that language?
May rescind or amend a sanction imposed under this section. And I have two purposes in suggesting this amendment. One of them is, I think the language is a little bit easier to understand than the original language. But second, I am reluctant to create, as I said before, a situation in which there is no hope of resolving an issue, even if all parties want to resolve it, because we've tied ourselves up. So I would prefer to give the national chair the option, after a penalty has been imposed and everybody has had the cold water in their face and they've decided maybe this is not a good idea, to step in and propose any kind of compromise or solution back to the Rules and Bylaws Committee, which presumably would follow the national chair's lead, but might not, but to give that tool out there. I do not want to be in a situation where sometime a year ahead of the general election, we have imposed a penalty in good faith and then spend the next year with every newspaper article talking about how we impose this penalty, despite the fact that whatever caused the penalty to be imposed has disappeared as an issue. But I note I haven't yet gotten a second for my amendment, so I should shut up.
And so you are striking C and substituting this language, right? And I hear a second. Any further discussion? Stewart?
I believe that the point of what we're doing today is to ensure that the sanctions we provide are meaningful. What I say to union members when we negotiate a contract is that a contract is just a piece of paper. Its strength comes from your ability to enforce it. I'm afraid with what you're suggesting, David, is that we are really making these sanctions optional, something to be considered in the future. We weaken them. We create the opportunity for putting a lot of pressure on the chair to ignore the sanctions that otherwise would have been imposed. If we want strong sanctions, then we need to make sure they are strong and not sanctions where people know, well, it's just the first part of a process. Afterwards, we will go back to the chair and ask them to remove any sanctions or some of the sanctions that have been placed on us. So I don't feel comfortable at this moment in supporting what you propose, David.
But as I understand this language, it's first of all, the chair has to recommend it, and then this committee has to decide whether or not to accept the chair's recommendation.
Perhaps optional wasn't the right word, but they are weakened. The threat of the sanctions are weakened because there is another route to overcome them.
Are you suggesting that this is a loophole?
Yeah.
Yes, there's a way to undo the sanctions, and that, I guess, becomes a loophole.
And I think that's exactly what David is proposing, is a way to undo the sanctions after negotiation. So we have a clear question here. Carol?
I'm queasy about all of this. I'm not sure which way I feel. But if we institute what David suggests, which sounds good to me, what may happen is that 2 weeks before the convention, that we know who the nominee is, and he's going to storm into Ken's office and say, I want you to seat these delegates. And Ken is going to say no, because we feel very strongly that this state should be punished. And the nominee is going to say, seat these delegates, or by the time we get to the convention, you won't be the national chair anymore. I mean, I think we're opening up a big can of worms that, maybe it is worth opening this can of worms, but I can just see that the whole story going into the convention is the nominee hates the national chair and vice versa. So I think we need to think about this. There are consequences.
So are you opposing David's amendment because of that?
I don't know.
You're saying you might oppose David's amendment
I almost feel like we should never get ourselves backed into such a corner as there is no alternative, no loophole. But on the other hand, maybe this loophole could end up doing more harm than good. I don't know.
Okay. Next, Jamie?
Jamie Selzer, North Dakota. I get the desire for an escape hatch because it's scary if we don't have one. But the reality here is that the power of these sanctions is in the deterrence to not have to enforce them. And if there is an escape hatch, someone will hope that they'll get it and violate our rules anyway. And so at some point, if we want to say we take this seriously, we have to say there's no escape hatch. You can't get out of this. If you do it, here are the consequences. No questions asked, which is why I'm going to vote against the amendment.
Steve?
Steve Kerrigan, Massachusetts. I too will vote against the amendment. It is what we're doing here and what the chair had proposed and the amendments that we're dealing with. These are scary things because we're doing stuff we haven't done before, which is taking really serious steps to put in really strong rules to tell candidates and state parties, here's the process we're going by. If you violate the process, here is what the fine will be or the violation will be. If in the end we do as Carol proposed, or as David proposed, exactly what Carol proposed is going to happen, and it puts the chair in an untenable situation, and basically means we have spent hours talking about stuff that we didn't need to spend hours talking about. So we're either serious as a committee on behalf of the DNC and Democrats across the country about these rules that we're recommending to people, or we're not. And I love the loopholes are great, but they are almost always the opening for misbehavior or people who seek to work around the rules. And I think I am very grateful to those who authored these much stricter sanctions and rules, and I think we need to stick by them and just walk into the unknown together and hope that the deterrent factor is enough.
Joanne?
Joanne Dowdell, New Hampshire. I'm conflicted because I do believe that you have a set of rules and they need to be followed. However, if we're talking about optics and the media and what would it sort of play it out, what happens and what is it that we would like to see happen, I feel the chair should have some discretion to be able to make the decision or to come back to the committee and recommend that the sanctions be lifted, reduced, something if there has been an agreement made with the state. I'm not, the all or nothing in this situation where everyone's hands are tied feels uncomfortable. So yes, we can clasp hands and go into the great unknown together, but the great unknown might be worse than having the escape hatch. So I'm conflicted.
Maria?
I love the nature of the rules that we have put in place. I think it gives seriousness to what we're doing, but I am also very wary of what could be the unknown, the unintended consequences. We don't know what situations will arise ahead of us. The political dynamics of the party are changing under our feet even as we speak. And so what I would like to ask hypothetically is, if we pass these rules without a written escape hatch, and then at some point, we run into this unintended consequence where the chair's position is on the line, maybe all of ours positions on the RBC are on the line, or if the messaging that is going on around the party is just untenable and is going to threaten our ability to win the White House, is there the opportunity for this body to come together to say, we need to change something? And if the answer is yes, then I think maybe we don't need to have an escape hatch, because that's it. We can't come together and say we need to change this?
The trouble is that we adopt these rules, and they're then adopted by the full Democratic National Committee. So unless we put something in the rules that gives us the opportunity to do something like is suggested here, we can't come back together unless we have a meeting of the full DNC. I think that's what works.
Then maybe we change the language to say, not that, absent giving the chair the option, is there a way to say this body can come back together to assess the situation?
Well, remember, the way this language reads,
Yeah.
it doesn't give the chair the option, it gives the chair the opportunity to make a recommendation to this committee.
Okay,
So I think we're getting full
Close.
circle back to where you want to be.
right, okay, okay, I got you. Then I support that language. Because we just don't know. And I just want to be very, everyone to be very clear-eyed that everything is so unclear right now as to what situation we're going to be in the summer before the election. And we don't want a situation where we are putting ourselves in a box if the environment is such that we're putting our nominee in danger of losing.
So we don't want to be in a position of saying, oh, we didn't mean it. And I think if 2024 taught us anything, it's definitely that we don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
I'm sorry. So what I was saying is, if 2024 taught us anything, it's that we don't know.
The what ifs.
Yeah. All right. So, Cristobal?
Before we go to Cristobal, point of personal privilege, I want to see if the chairman has any reaction to this at all. The current Mr. Chairman.
Let me say I agree with the points made about if we allow any provision that allows folks to think that they could get out of this, people are going to believe that they can take advantage of any loophole that's created. I also believe that what David's trying to do here and what Maria is trying to protect is our ability to assess this late in the cycle to make sure that our decisions are not potentially impacting the general election, which I also agree with. This is a hard one because you could argue that what David is doing would essentially allow us to revisit that, but what likely is going to happen, I think it's, from my perspective, it would be easier for me to tell the presidential nominee when they come back, our hands are tied. My hands are tied. This is the rule. We set this forth. All of you knew this was the case. The states knew this was the case. Everyone knew, we were very transparent about this, that there would be real consequence, and unfortunately, we can't change it. That is where my gut tells me right now. I also understand what David and Maria are saying. I really do. this is a hard one. And maybe there's some sort of middle ground here we're not thinking about between these two proposals. But I do worry that if there's even an inch of an opening, people are going to game this system. And if I'm in a position as chair now, frankly, none of what I do is because I want to hold this position. No one who runs for national chair does it because they want to be chair of this party. It's because they want to win and improve people's lives. And for me, anything that would put our ability to win the presidency in jeopardy is something I take very seriously. Let me be very clear about this. So the idea of putting a chair in a position, whether it's me or some other chair, in a position where they have to potentially make decisions about saving their own job, that also seems untenable, right? In the sense that I don't ever want to be in a position where a nominee is coming to me and saying, you're not going to be the chair of this party unless you do X, Y, or Z. And the best way to ensure that is to say that you are going to, that your hands are tied. There's no, we can't change it at this point. There's nothing I can do, I'm sorry, right? So I lean against this amendment, but I understand the reason for it. And if someone has a more elegant way to find a path between these extremes, I'd appreciate it. Maybe there isn't one, except to just be cut and dry and say, this is what it is. There's no escape hatch. That's my honest opinion where I'm at right now.
Thank you, sir. Cristobal?
Cristobal Alex, Washington, D.C. I'll be voting against the amendment for the reasons you just laid out. I think this is an exception that swallows the rule. I can't imagine a scenario where, you know, a presidential candidate gathers his team at the very beginning of the campaign and says, what if we do this? Well, we can do that because there's a way out. After we do X, Y, and Z, we'll go see Ken. And if Ken doesn't agree, we'll replace Ken. That's what would happen. So I'd vote against it.
Bishop Daughtry?
Thank you. I have put my sign up and down several times. I'm trying to decide how I feel about it. But I think what the chair just said, and from my perspective of having been in the building during presidential cycles, non-White House presidential cycles, the pressure on the chair from the candidates is tremendous. They're all calling because they want whatever it is they want that day. And some of them are obviously competing interests. And I think to the extent we can relieve the pressure on the chair for having to deal with our rules, and so he can deal with the other minutia of how come I'm not in whatever hotel I want to be in. I think that's helpful. And and on a much smaller scale, it reminds me of when we instituted attendance requirements for the DNC. And if you're newer, you walked into an attendance requirement. We didn't have one. And then we made a rule that said, you know, if you miss 3 consecutive meetings, you are deemed to have resigned. It took us a whole round robin to get to that language that left, because we said if we leave a loophole and an option and the chair can decide that one of your absences was excused, or then we're just going to be back where you were because the pressure on the chair is so tremendous. And so we got to, you are deemed to have resigned. There's no escape hatch. You missed 3, you're out. We all understood that, and it's worked well, Mr. Secretary, who has to enforce it. So I'm going to vote against this because I think it's serious enough, and what we are dealing with in terms of the environment, when we're going to have 942 people running for president, and we could be in a situation where we have a contested convention and we won't have a nominee going into the convention. And so imagine 2 people trying to juggle and get delegate. It's going to be an untenable situation, and one that none of us have lived through before. And so I think with that in mind, closing the loopholes, we're doing this early enough so that people who are running, contemplating for running, know, and their teams know, these are the rules. Get in line, this is what you gotta abide by, and there's no escape. So we're not gonna you're not gonna be able to come back and beat Ken over the head or coffee clutch us all as rules members into a corner with nice gift bags. Because, you know, I'll take a gift bag. In order to shift this, because our hands are tied. We cannot shift it. And so after up and down and up and down and up and down, I'm with the original language. Thank you.
David? Thank
I appreciate the counter arguments, but I do want to add a couple of things. First, a lot of the counter argument was framed in terms of what the nominee would do, but the serious part of this penalty is not whether delegates are seated at the convention. The serious part is you don't get to participate in the debate. You know, all the stuff happens, the really serious stuff happens potentially well before we have a nominee, but it becomes an issue downstream as to whether it affected who the nominee was. And the penalties are not necessarily based on a violation that nobody can argue about. You know, the crystal clear, they submitted a plan to hold a primary on January 15th, and that is prior to March 1st, so therefore we impose the penalty. But instead can be, they were campaigning in the state. They were indirectly assisting in doing something. They had social media that was showing up in the state, and the powers that be made a decision to penalize the candidate they didn't want by taking them out of the debate. And now we're stuck in this loop well before the convention that becomes what we're talking about in a lot of times beforehand. Or alternatively, the state legislature decided to jump the gun. We impose the penalty, the legislature changes the law. So now for the next year, we're talking about, oh yeah, the primary actually wasn't gonna happen, but nevertheless, we have affected the outcome by denying people the right to get into the debate, by denying voters the opportunity to see them. That is far, far different than the relatively, from my point of view, relatively minuscule thing of at some point down the road at the convention, people get their floor passes and their seats on the floor of the convention. That's not where the penalty is. The penalty is on the state is in the lack of campaigning. I appreciate the deterrent effect, but you know, for all the discussions we're going to have in this committee about we can't get distracted from the big picture of, you know, we got to win the 2028. This is something that is very risky if there is no way to deal with a set of circumstances that we do not know of, and we are imposing irreversible, not just irreversible by us, but irreversible penalties. Once you have excluded somebody from the debate stage based on a penalty, at a minimum, you're going to be, we're going to be in an argument about whether the penalty was warranted, whether the finding was correct, particularly if it turns out to be a penalty that we have to impose based on one of these fact-finding subjective situations as opposed to the purely objective. I do understand the concern about the loophole. The concept that somehow or another a campaign says we'll take the chance of it, but I also understand that we are better off if campaigns having decided to try to bucket, or a state having a legislature that gets out of hand has a way to put the omelet back into the eggshells before we get too far down the road, because once the motions get out of hand, these things are very, very hard to deal with. Was the election rigged by imposing the penalty? You know, all those kinds of arguments go on, and we're really saying we don't care about that, about what the facts are at the time. We don't care what turns out to be the situation. If the ship is sinking, we'll go down with it. We will not try to bail any water out. So.
Barry?
All right. I sort of go back to when Carol started this. I just see the easy scenarios where you've got a candidate and his or her VP choice and one of them comes from a state that we've sanctioned, how do you not seat my candidates, my delegation, because I'm going to be a nominee, or I could be a vice presidential nominee, or whatever. I just see that putting any loophole in there, if you have a legislative change, as David talked, that creates a waiver because we had nothing to do with that change. So, I am also in favor of eliminating the pressure. And the pressure is not only on the chair, because he might come and say, I need this, but then the pressure is on every one of us to bend from what we believed we set the rules today and yesterday and tomorrow, or, and next week and next month and whatever. So I, as much as I, feel that there could be a loophole that you could create, that's not the loophole that I would see, and I would stick with what we've had before. Thank you.
Michael? Derek, I'm sorry.
Anybody ever see the movie Dr. Strangelove? Old movie. Remember the doomsday device that they couldn't undo? Just something to think about because it kind of blew the whole thing up. With these kinds of things, and something that I've talked about this before, some of you will remember, is if you want to make things harder, you up the threshold. You just make more votes required, make it 2/3, 3/4, unanimous, this people, that people, and you make it almost impossible, but not necessarily impossible, except in the most extreme circumstances. Something to think about. But having said that, I would say that I think the purpose of this rule is to remove the possibility that political ambitions or fears, not that that would ever come into account in this committee, can control the outcome. That's the whole point. The whole point is nobody can be influenced. And when this comes to be, if there is pressure from other entities, offers will probably be made, threats may come out, and then it'll mean nothing.
Michael?
Hi, Michael Kapp from California. Our guiding star should be ensuring a fair presidential primary process that all Democrats can trust. We can't do that if not every candidate will be playing by the same rules. I oppose this amendment because the absence of an escape hatch ensures that everyone will be playing on the same even playing field. I feel if we make exceptions, I fear we will lose the trust of all the people who voted for presidential candidates who followed the rules. So I'll be voting against this amendment, and I hope Mr. McDonald doesn't break my other elbow. Just kidding.
I was going to go for one finger at a time.
Wendy?
Thank you, Wendy Davis, Georgia. When I first heard this proposal, I heard it as a solution if somebody feels like their intentional violation, okay, this was really bad, we changed our minds and we're going to get back in compliance. And having a way to facilitate that change is how I first heard the proposal. I think the proposal isn't just that, and it's too big of a loophole, but if we were gonna craft you fixed it in time that was relevant, very specific thing, maybe that is a mechanism to that chair gets voted out because they let this happen and a new chair is voted in and we want to be compliant now. You know what I mean? I would be open to somebody crafting something like that, but for us to have anything in the rules where somebody can come in and go, but you're going to lose if you don't do this, because that's what is always said. You're going to lose if we don't do this. That's the argument they'll make. And obviously, they would have to make it a compelling argument, but it becomes us being an obstacle to winning, and that's what everybody will say. And I don't want us to have just that. But don't. That would be mean, right? Like, follow the rules, people.
Jane?
All of the concerns about what may come up, I think, are very valid, and having an escape hatch for sure, and then the counter concerns heard as well. So this is a process question, actually. So let's say that we don't include this, get everything passed by the full DNC, and then something does come up that we as the RBC think that we need to address. Could we not, as a body, reconvene and even create a rule to address that concern? Like, isn't that already an option for us, is what I'm asking?
Under the proposed language, the RBC would not be able to make that decision. You would probably need the full DNC to convene and amend these rules and the call, or any adjustments to the
But
call.
if it was like a worst-case scenario, I'm saying, something around the corner, like a candidate's dropping out or whatever, right? Like, there's still a process for us to reconvene and create a solution.
Except through, I think the full DNC can convene, the chair can convene us. That's what I thought.
That's right.
Yeah,
It would take action by the full DNC to do that.
yeah.
Yeah, but still a possibility.
Under the, sorry, Jim, under the language that it was proposed by the chair, it says the DNC cannot undo it. I don't think that's exactly what it says. The DNC cannot reconvene and undo it.
Yeah, that is true, actually. Actually, the full DNC could not do it. What the full DNC could do is reconvene this committee to seek amended rules.
How does that happen, though?
Well,
Is there already a
I mean,
process for
there's
that?
no process. That's several steps that would have to that have to be a meeting of the full DNC, a vote to reconvene this committee, then a meeting of this committee, a vote of this committee to either amend or not amend these rules. So there's a way, but it ain't easy.
Right, because how would a meeting of the full DNC come about if it's not from this body?
Meeting of full DNC comes about when the chair calls it.
All right, so, okay. Right.
And doesn't timing matter? I mean, when this all happens, the kind of catastrophe that would make us want to come back and change this would be in June before the convention. And that makes it even harder to call everybody back and have this meeting. I mean, timing matters. If it happens next year, we're good, we can figure it out. But if it happens right before the convention, then.
Although the DNC can now meet electronically, so.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. We'll come back to you, Carol. Steve?
Thank you. So I remain opposed to this amendment, shockingly. But I want to respond to a couple of comments that folks made about how it'll be unclear as to how we can challenge, like, all these things. Nothing about the proposed rules is unclear. It's very, very clear. And as the bishop has said many times in her career, about the briefings that they do at the DNC with every campaign, every person who wants to run for president, it will be crystal clear what these sanctions and these rules require. And somebody else said, and I can't remember who it was, said our decisions will be putting us in this position. It's not our decisions. It'll be the decisions of the people who violate the rules that we make in this body that will put them in the position that they will find untenable. But we make these rules for a reason, and we don't do it lightly. And I actually want to thank David for, it's going to sound backwards, so don't get too excited, David. I want to thank David for introducing this, because the people can watch that we have debated this, and firmly, I hope, when this vote is cast, have said no to the idea of creating a loophole and the idea of saying anything other than we stand strongly as a committee and DNC members behind these new rules and the sanctions that accompany them. So I remain very crystal clear as to what we're doing here, and very crystal clear about the fact that we are leaving no escape hatch and no loophole to get out of it. These are the rules. Live by them or don't. And so, again, I will be voting no.
All right, Stuart?
I'm not that concerned about rogue legislatures because legislatures now can enact a process that, that doesn't comply with our rules, and then the state has to come up with an alternative process. We've always said that, so that would remain what we would do. I'm also concerned that even the language we have here, that the National Convention cannot take action, but the RBC could. The National Convention's supposed to be the ultimate authority of the party, but we're saying here it's not the National Convention. The RBC is the ultimate authority of the party in being able to make a decision. And it is not the convention, and that is not what we want. We want the National Convention to remain the ultimate authority, so I have problems with that too. But I'm also concerned that the rest of what we've been doing has been very straightforward, very clear, and we have not provided loopholes for all the other rules that we've enacted. And if we want to be consistent then and provide an escape hatch here, then I would think logically we would be able to provide escape hatches for all the other rules that we have been working on and voting on. So I feel very, very strongly that sanctions mean nothing if people know they have loopholes for getting around them. And I remain opposed to this amendment.
Thank you, Stuart.
Carol.
Carol?
I think I've decided that and I've been back and forth with every speaker, that I am not going to vote to have a loophole, but I do want to point out that if we have a situation where a purple state goes outside where they're supposed to be, and the ultimate nominee doesn't even go there to campaign, so the whole question of the delegates doesn't matter. But then we get close to the convention, and that purple state comes to the nominee and says, get us into the convention. That nominee is going to come to Ken, and Ken is going to say, we don't have a loophole, these delegates cannot come. Well, nominees have enormous egos and they think they can do anything. I've been to 2 conventions where the nominee wanted the chair gone. One, the chair left, one, the chair stayed. But the publicity about all of that made us look like, it made us look terrible, and neither of those nominees won. So I'm going the way of no loopholes, but I can tell you we might end up at the end looking for one.
Frank?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right. Alicia?
Alicia Andrews from Oklahoma. As we've discussed bunches of things today, it's made me more resolute that we do not need a loophole. And if some mystical, magical thing happens that we cannot predict today, what 2024 taught us is that we can do hard things. We can figure it out. And I don't want us to lose sight of the talent that's in this room and the folks who, know how this works. We can figure it out. And I think the no loophole protects our chairman.
Steph?
Me.
Oh, you.
Steph Complainway in New Jersey. I recently learned that candidates, when they declare for the presidency, they get a sit down with DNC staff and they go through these rules. And I think that that's a really important thing that we might need to publicize a little bit more, is that from the beginning, candidates are told all of the rules. And if we don't have an escape hatch, a loophole, whatever you'd like to call it, all of the candidates are required to play by the same rules, and if they don't, they'll know the consequences early on. And I believe that protects not just the chair, but this body as well from being accused of playing favorites or from putting our thumb on the scale, because as we know, we do not do that until a winner is declared. So I do want to flag that, like, it does protect us as well, and gives, as Michael Capp said, it does give us a lot more trust in the party and the process.
Barry? Oh, no, Barry, I'm sorry.
I'm still against this rule. First of all, I think that most of these issues all come up in the early window, and so for somebody to bring it up a year later, after May 4 of 27, for instance, a few months before the convention, seems like beating a dead horse. But Ken mentioned that if there was a way to create a loophole that is a lot more restrictive than what we have up there, my thought would be imposed under this section by unanimous vote. That means that the only way that this loophole, if recommended by Ken, is if this body unanimously agrees that somebody made a mistake or needs a break or something like that. We vote most of the time with unanimity in this committee. That would create an issue where you've got a loophole, but you've got 50 people that have to agree in order to make that loophole happen. And Ken just refers it here, so the pressure is sort of off of him. So I'm throwing that out. I'm still against the way it is written up there, but if you wanted to build in a loophole, build it in so where that loophole really is almost impossible to achieve. So I would add the unanimity to D if you wanted to have something built in.
If we have it, but you're against it if you don't think we should have it.
Right.
All right.
We're going to call on, actually, we're going to call on the chairman first and then. Okay.
Thank you, co-chairs. I want to be really clear because I think what Stephanie just said is really important. As you know, earlier this year in August, one of the reforms that I brought forward is something that I've felt very passionately about for some time, which is a neutrality pledge to keep our DNC officers out of actually playing favorites in primaries. I think it's critical, to Steph's point, which I agree with wholeheartedly, that for our party to rebuild trust with people, we have to give them a sense that our party is not picking winners and losers, that we're not putting our thumb on the scale, that we're not trying to influence this process. And to do that, I agree with what others have said around here. The best way to do that is to be not only transparent, but completely clear what the rules of the road are, what the consequence will be, and to leave no ambiguity. The ambiguity is what creates the impression, as Steph said, and she's right, that somehow, somewhere, someone is going to put their thumb on the scale and overrule the will of the voters and others in our party. So I appreciate, Barry, I want to be very clear, I don't support any loophole at all, right? I understand where David's coming from. And there are many scenarios we probably can't anticipate right now, which maybe in the spring of 2028, we start to wonder, well, boy, we're going to have to figure this out. But I also agree with what Alicia Andrews said, which is, we've been here before. If we have to cross that bridge, we'll figure it out when we cross that bridge. But let's be very clear on the front end of this process that there is no loophole. This is the rules of the game. Our party is committed to a fair, rigorous, transparent process, and these are the rules that we're going to stand by, unequivocally, leaving no room for ambiguity. That's in my position. One guy who doesn't even have a vote on this committee, so there you go.
Well, Mr. Chairman, since I do have a vote, I'd like to speak to your amendment. I actually think that we need to stick to the original language, because part of the challenge with just the party and the committee as a whole, we often find ourselves in difficult positions. We found ourselves in a difficult position in 107, and we also find ourselves working these positions out. But we have to start with a zero-sum game. because I do think the trust of the party is at stake. I also think that, you know, putting these sanctions out, if it's clear, and that's on the party and on us. We have to make it clear to people what the expectation is. Now, if they're going into this blind, then of course, we're gonna have loopholes, we're gonna have escape patches, but the fact is, they will know the rules of the road. So, you know, David, I love you, you know I do, but I think we need to go with where we started out.
Carrie?
I'm not putting my hand on the thumb, my thumb on the scale.
My comment is in the nature of a next steps type question, point of order or information. The charter sets up the convention as the ultimate authority, and yet we're in these rules, which are subordinate to the charter, affecting the power of the national convention. Does this not, regardless of which one we adopt, it does require a charter change, does it not?
I'm just going to point out that if we recommend these rules to the National Committee, the National Committee will have delegated that power. Now, you can debate, what if the convention overturns it? That may be one of those things that you don't answer until you have to. Okay. Maria?
Thanks. So I'm now, sorry, David, going against the amendment. Right. I'm still concerned about the unknown, but I absolutely agree that if we're going into it assuming that we need to find a loophole, that loophole will be found. And then we will be accused of giving ourselves an out to put our thumb on the scale of whoever we think we want the nominee to be. So I think what Stephanie brought up is absolutely critical, which is, and I'm going to add to it, at the beginning, everyone is going to come to the DNC and be briefed by the chairman and the team. They're going to be clear-eyed as to what these rules are. But then I would even urge, which I know the DNC will do, we have to do a massive public education campaign to make sure that everybody understands what these rules are and the process by which we educated each and every single campaign and each and every single state as to what these rules are. I would even urge the state parties, when this happens, to go out and do a lot of press and public information about what these rules are as well, because then that will put the onus on whoever is planning on breaking these rules, right? They will be the assholes. and we will have done everything that we have set out to do, to be fair, to be transparent, to be neutral, to be equitable. And then it's on the candidates and the state parties if they want to go and, you know, ruin the process.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
In the absence of President April Verrett, I called a question.
Okay, well.
So the question has been called, I understand. You beat David to it.
You beat David. So David wanted to call the question.
Right.
So,
But he's seconding that.
so you want a second?
Yeah. All right. So this is not debatable. All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. We are going to a vote on the amendment that you see on the screen. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye. All those opposed, say no. No. I think the outcome is clear. I think we're ready to break for lunch.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
We have to vote on the original amendment.
Okay. It's been suggested that we,
We got to go back to the original amendment and vote on it.
before lunch.
Yes. We're going to go back to the original amendment to vote on it.
Can you say which the original amendment?
Yes.
That's what's on the screen.
It's right, okay.
So, is there any discussion of the original amendment beyond all the discussion we've had already?
Right.
Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Now lunch.
In case people need to do phone calls, like if they're going to go eat and,
Oh, it's 1:15.
just so we can give people a time.
2:15? 2:15?
Thank you.
Get your mic. Okay. Welcome back, everyone.
Welcome back, everyone, is right. Thank you, everyone. We will now continue our review of the remaining sections of Rule 21C. With that, the floor is open for discussion and amendments as we review the rule in chronological order. And Mr. McDonald, did you have an observation?
I have it, David McDonald, Washington. I have a question when we get to 21C7, if there's anything before that. Somebody else should take it up.
All right, we'll go in order.
Give us 1 second. Okay. So you had nothing for the first half. Can you go ahead?
Yeah.
It's not in there, you're just gonna follow the screen. Any discussion?
Yeah. Any amendments or discussion?
We're currently on Rule 21C2.
Yep.
Okay. It's on the screen. Any discussion or amendments? Anyone with anything for C3 or C4 or C5?
Right?
Frankly, on DC, I had a question on C2. It talks about violation of proportional representation, and it provides a penalty the same as C1 of this rule if this provision is violated. And I think we amended C1, what we amended to increase the penalty from 50 to 100%, so the same penalty applies if a state doesn't comply with our proportional representation rules. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or amendments? C6? No? Okay. C7? Steve? No, no. Frank? Frank, no, David.
He has more hair than I do. That's how you tell society.
Yeah.
Can we step through what happens under Rule 21C7 now that we have made automatic penalties earlier? Rule 21C7 is the rule that says if a state, not a state party, but if a state becomes subject to penalties, the violation of the timing rule, the DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee can give a state party back its delegates if the state party proves that it took all positive steps, provable positive steps, to change state law. But it says nothing about what happens to the candidate who campaigns in the state. You've said, you're in a state, the state legislature says, we're going to go up front no matter what. The state party campaigns vigorously. Every elected Democratic official in the state says this is a really bad idea. But the state goes ahead and holds the primary, and then a candidate steps in. The state, as I understand the way the rule is right now, it may well be that the state gets back all of its delegates, but the candidate remains penalized because the candidate is found to have campaigned in a state that we've let off the hook under our rules, but they're still there. I'm not objecting or trying to revisit the earlier debate. I'm just saying we may want to double check this rule when we have a little bit more time as to whether C7 needs to be amended to conform with what we intend, what our intent is with respect to candidates.
Okay. Stuart?
I think this is very different because it's dealing with intentions as opposed to what we discussed earlier. So I see no problem with the rule remaining the way it is.
I'm not sure I understood the response, sorry.
So, David, are you proposing a change or amendment, or just calling attention to this?
I guess I want to make, what would happen if, I'll use Florida as an example, but only because it's an historic example, or Michigan, only because it's an historic example, that the state decides to jump up front. The state party, in fact, does everything it can to change this. We automatically take away the state's delegates along with imposing penalties on the candidate, but the state comes in and asserts the provable positive steps defense and says we want our delegates back. And this rule provides that they get their delegates back, but it does nothing to assist the candidates who were penalized through no fault of either the state party or the candidates, but who are faced with the option of either not campaigning or not helping. I just want to make sure it's not a murky situation. I do not have an amendment right now. All I know is that the defense only applies to the reduction of the delegation and not to any other penalties that were imposed.
All right, okay. Steve?
So it's an interesting question. Dave, are you saying, so they are found in violation before the state party is able to start their process of defending, the candidate comes into a state that's in violation, campaigns, then it's the state party shows all examples that they've tried to turn it back, the petition to get it restored, they get restored. Are you saying because the candidate campaigned, I'm just trying to get it clear. To me, it goes to Stuart's point on intention. The party's trying to change it back. The candidate went when they knew the state was in clear violation of the rule, so I'm fine with the duality there. But
Again, that may be the case. I just want to make sure that we've stepped through that that is the case, because Rule 21C7 provides for hearings by the RBC, and effectively, I think the intent of the hearings is to decide whether there is a violation of our rules or not, because we don't necessarily regard it as a violation if the state did everything it could. It's a gray area. That's all I'm saying. It's a gray area, and gray areas in this, when you're in the midst of a nominating process, are a bit of a problem. So if we don't have an answer today, maybe we just read it overnight or something to see if there's an intersection. But it worries me that we have a defense that's laid out that amounts to, it's not really a violation, but we have automatically imposed the penalties, and we don't have any way to say if the state's party's not in violation, then the candidates are not in violation. We can't match those up. So.
Noted. All right. Anyone else? Okay. All right. Frank?
Frankly, on DC, I think it's important to note at this point, if my understanding is correct, so Florida has an early primary The Democratic Party of Florida opposes that. They take provable positive steps to prevent it. They get their delegates back, but they still can't use that primary to allocate delegates. They still have to go through an alternative process, which this committee would have to approve in order to actually elect the delegates. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. C8. Sean?
Members, on Rule 22C8, this section originally was, so if a state were to be sanctioned with a 50% reduction in their delegation, this section governed how you determined which 50% was reduced. Because of the amendments to Rule 22C1 to go to a 100% reduction, this section no longer applies.
Any questions or comments? C9.
I make a motion to delete 8.
It's moved and seconded. Any discussion? Without objection, it is so ordered. C9. This is the approvable positive steps section. Any questions or comments?
David.
Well, since we deleted C8, then C9 becomes 8, so I guess that would be the only change there.
Okay. We can move on to D then. Any questions or comments on D? David?
I apologize for doing this, but I just want to flag another thing I would like us to look at overnight. Back in 21CB, a candidate is in violation and gets automatically sanctioned if they campaign in a state that where by state law there is a primary that jumps the window. Does that mean that if the state sets up an alternative process, as Frank has suggested, and which is permitted under the rules, and the candidate goes into campaign in the alternative process, they still nevertheless fall automatically subject to the rule that they've lost their delegates because they showed up in a state that is holding a public primary that we don't recognize in violation of the window? Because I think that's the way the rule reads, that they're not, if the state, independent of what the state party is doing, if the state is holding a primary that's too early and the candidate campaigns in the state, they're subject to these penalties, and that will mean that they cannot campaign in the alternative process for delegates or be subject to challenge if they do. I don't have a suggestion now, but it's something I think we need to flag and look at before these things go finally to the DNC and clarify whether we are going to, I think we're going to let them campaign in the alternative process, but that may not be possible.
Well, the rules, though, say, frankly, on DC, the rules, I thought, said that you could campaign in the state after the offending primary. So I think that would address that situation, is you can't campaign in the state before the early primary, but after the early primary, you can campaign for the alternative process, and the alternative process, by definition, will be held after the.
So I think
for the
that's
date.
intentional.
Yeah. So I think that's all.
So Jim, we're getting ready to go back to 21. Before we vote, we gotta go back to 21C.
See when they, yeah, okay.
It's an amendment to it.
That's right. All right, so I think, having gone all the way through here, we have to go back to 21C1A, because I think there is an unresolved amendment there. And I'm going to call on Jane, or are you just going to announce it? Yeah, okay.
Hi. So initially, we thought maybe we should, try to pull this if we couldn't figure out a way to deal with if a state party doesn't pay, because we didn't want to tie this to SPP for lots of reasons. But I have possible language that I would like the body to consider. A $270,000 fine from the time the state party has violated the rule shall be imposed. If the state party does not pay within that time frame, they are removed from voting membership of the DNC until the meeting after the convention.
So that is withdrawn.
The original is withdrawn.
The original.
So Sean, keep that all that. I think you're gonna have to repeat.
Yeah, I can come up. While people are discussing, I can bring up my phone so Sean can see the language.
And she's making that as a motion. Is she doing it as a motion or is she doing it? This is your new motion.
You're going to put that up on the screen, Sean?
Is she adding this as a new motion?
So this returns to us to the original language.
Pretty much. This is the portion that was taken, so they're just taking it. We have to make a motion on that one, right?
Well, this was the original language, right?
No, we didn't have a amount in it.
I thought the,
We can accept the
so Jane, you and your seconder are withdrawing your amendment. That returns us to the original language. If we're just going back to the original language, I don't think we have to take any.
She's adding the language.
Can I tell you where
Yeah.
technically?
Can you speak in the mic, please?
Technically, you tabled this particular one, B, without objection.
Okay.
Chair Moore said, sounds like we need to talk about this over lunch. Is there any objection to tabling it? Okay.
So we need a motion to take this off the table.
Yeah, when you, let me get back to when you tabled it, how far? Okay, when you tabled it, you had discussed various numbers, $270,000, $200,000, those things had been discussed.
And based on my notes, none of them had actually been adopted. None of those things you were discussing about numbers. So the simplest thing is there any objection to withdrawing the various amendments that were under discussion but not voted on and substituting this proposal? That, so.
Yes. So are there any objections to the substitutions? What,
Steve?
Does that then cease any debate on this, or does that just move us to that as discussion?
Debate.
What's that?
It doesn't cease the debate.
Oh, then no, I have no objection.
But there is among parliamentarians, there's something called the Gordian knot, where when you have wrapped yourself around the axle, you move for the Gordian knot and start all over. That's kind of where you are.
Okay.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can we have the sound effect again from?
All right.
Is there any objections, I guess is what's on the board.
Any objection to what now? Oh, just to consider.
That's correct.
Start all over again with it.
I hear no objection. Okay. Wendy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wendy Davis from Georgia. Regarding this new language, I happen to prefer the bigger you are, the more you pay language we discussed earlier, but I'm happy for us to continue discussion of that matter. I'm not offering an amendment to her amendment, but I am really concerned that they would, if they don't pay, they would only lose participation in the committee until after the convention, which they weren't going to anyway. I think they should lose participation until they pay.
Do you want to propose an amendment to that effect?
Yes, please.
Okay. And so specifically, what do you want to say?
I want to say they are removed from voting membership on the DNC until the fine is paid. And do we need to pay it in full? And do we need to? The party isn't a participant in the DNC. They have members who are. So I don't know if we need to clean that language up in there.
Is there a second for that amendment? Seconded, Steve?
Are we now debating the amendment? Okay, so if we're debating that amendment, I'm all for it, but I have something on the underlying.
Jason? Jason?
Barry.
Pardon me?
Barry.
Barry,
Barry.
okay.
And Ray.
Barry and then Ray.
I can't ever hear anything. I have no problem, in theory, I'll withdraw my last motion so we can make that right and have this one. My only thing is that they are removed from voting membership on the Democratic National Committee until the fine is paid in full. And the week before the convention, all of a sudden they get everything back. So I'm still thinking that the sanction should, if they pay it in full, they still come back after the convention.
Yeah, it's the DNC, not the convention, right?
What was that?
They wouldn't be allowed to sit in the meeting in Austin.
Right.
They wouldn't have gotten fined if they weren't already
Right.
removed from the convention participation.
Okay.
Okay. Raymond?
Thank you. I just want to clarify, because it says
voting membership, I just want to make sure that's what we really mean. It's, they lose their votes, but they're still a member. And so like if, let's say we went back in time to a time when a state chair was the president of the ASTC and DNC vice chair, and their state, no offense, Barry, Michigan, he was on the Rules Committee. So he would have still stayed on the Rules Committee, still would have stayed as president of ASTC, still would have stayed as a member of the DNC Executive Committee by virtue of being ASTC president, just wouldn't be able to vote at any of these levels, correct?
I don't think this says it just removes your vote. I think it removes your membership.
They're members.
Correct.
Can you speak into the microphone?
I'm sorry. This is a question for Jane. President Kleb, I'm assuming what you meant by this is that the full membership from a state party would be removed from their, not just their voting privileges, but from their membership rights on the DNC until they pay the fine.
That's correct.
So Ray, to your
And I should have said that when I was writing it. I
That's okay.
apologize.
To Ray's question then, President Kleb, this would essentially mean there's two penalties here. There is a financial penalty, and then there is a membership penalty on the Democratic National Committee itself, not just the convention, which they've already been levied that penalty.
If they don't pay the fine. So if they pay the fine, then they're still DNC voting members, et cetera. But if they don't pay the fine, because we were, in the last conversation, we were struggling with what do we do if they don't pay the fine, right? We were trying to figure that out. So this is a way to solve for that problem.
This is
So do you
dummies
need the
from
word
beyond. Do we
voting at
have the
all?
power to remove?
Yeah, we have power to
They're removed from membership. Why do you have voting? Seems ambiguous.
No, because
I think I would just say that there are questions about whether the DNC has the authority to remove these members without either amending the charter or going through one of the other processes that exist under our rules, such as the Credentials Committee. So that is a question for this committee to answer.
So where does that leave us?
They're not being removed. They're not being removed. You're suspending their voting rights, but they're not being removed.
I think you're right. With the word voting in there,
But it says, but Jane
Actually,
she just
well-
said membership though, from the full DNC.
understand.
Voting privileges.
Could I offer an amendment, please, hearing what you're saying? Would it make more sense to say if the state party does not pay within that time frame, they would lose their voting rights on the Democratic National, they would lose their voting privileges and their right to participate on the Democratic National Committee, i.e. it would suggest they're still members, they're still elected members, they just can't vote or participate. To your point, Helen, they still are members technically, but their membership comes with no privilege to participate in any formal way in the DNC. President Kleb, I think that's what you're intending here, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. We were just having side conversations similar, yes.
Would it be
Parliamentary
best to say
inquiry.
suspend their voting privileges rather than lose? If you suspend them, you can regain them.
Can you say that, repeat that?
Rather than saying lose their voting membership, suspend their voting privileges until such time that the fine is paid in full.
Parliamentary inquiry, please.
So if the state party does not pay within that time frame, their voting privileges And what?
And membership is suspended, yeah.
And membership.
It's suspended.
May I have my parliamentary inquiry, please? Yeah.
You writing some now?
David, then we're going to ask for a
Yeah.
parliamentary inquiry on this one. David, go ahead.
David?
Helen, am I correct that Roberts, which is our default that covers everything that we don't otherwise expressly cover, provides that members who are in arrears in their dues can be limited in their participation rights? So the question of whether we have the right to do this seems to me to be fairly clear, and the question of whether they lose their membership is probably clear as well, because if we're just akin to the Roberts situation, they remain members, they just have some limited rights, but in any event, there's a relatively clear path to do this if we choose to do it. Is that right?
You are correct with regard to what you say about Roberts, and dues in arrearage members may have their right to vote suspended. And because it's only dues in arrearage, if they pay the arrearage, their right to vote is reinstated. Here, what our lawyer was reacting to is the word removed in line 47. That word is too strong, and so it needs to track more what you're saying, that the members, the state members, the voting privileges of the state members will be suspended until such time, and then pick up the Robert word of arrearages, or suspended while the fine remains in arrearage.
Yes, and when we get to that point in the debate, I'm prepared to suggest some language changes to the proposed rule, but we should figure out whether we want to do it first. So,
Jason?
Thank you. As my question comes on the language here, as well as the person who keeps the roster and is responsible for that portion. When we say it was originally up there as they are, or then now it's just its members, I think we want to be very clear when we talk around it who a state's DNC members are, and making sure that it is the full, if you're considering every DNC member from that state, whether you're a state elected, state chair, at large, or one of the affiliated organizations, and what that means. So just be very clear when we say their members, that there's no ambiguity in that, all members from the state shall, something like that, that just makes it very clear to those who are reading it and understanding what that loss is.
Gary?
I would move to change the word removed to suspended.
Keith?
They had a motion on the floor.
Oh, sorry.
Gary put a motion on the floor to remove.
Okay, so is there a second to Gary's motion? There is a second to Gary's motion. Okay. All right, any discussion of Gary's motion? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Okay, so that's suspended, yeah. Okay. Now, Keith.
Actually, my question goes back to what Secretary Jason Ray was mentioning, because we haven't clarified who are its members, because the caucuses and the youth council, as well as the chair, makes at-large appointments, which may be part of the state's delegation. Are we talking about those individuals as well as the apportionment that each state gets, as well as their chair and vice chair?
So we're talking about the Democratic National Committee here, not the convention.
Yeah, I'm talking about the DNC, we get an apportionment on how many DNC members, each state territory, and then plus the chair and vice chair. At the same time, there are at-large positions that may be from that state. So the question, I think it was what Jason was trying to allude to. What about those at-large positions? Are they considered part of that, even though they may not have been integral to the violation or the payment for that matter? And so
I would think the intention here is yes, and we might want to change the language to say all members.
Yeah, that would be clearer.
From that state.
Yes, then. Because DC, California, New York have a lot of at-larges.
Right.
So for California, as an example, it's the difference between 22 and 30-something.
Yeah, so without objection, we will change that language to be all members from that state. Hear no objection. David?
Two amendments. Can we clarify that the rule in the line 3, it says violated the rule? Can we insert the word timing to make it clear that the rule we're talking about is the timing rule and not some other rule? And then second, this relates to when the state party is determined to have violated the rule. Is in going back to my earlier question, if the state party has asserted the provable positive steps defense, is the state party deemed to have violated the rule, and therefore its members lose their voting rights, even though they've done everything they could in good faith to stop the violation from occurring? I think the way it's written, that they might well still be subject to loss of their membership, even though they've done everything they could and have their delegates back.
So do you have alternate language?
I don't well, let's see. We could, I suppose, add at the end, or have had their delegation restored to full strength, because that's what happens if they assert the provable positive steps defense. But I'm a little leery about kind of throwing amendments into this complicated mess on the fly without seeing the overall language. So, sorry, complicated set, not complicated mess. It's not a mess.
So shall we leave it as it is for the moment? Okay.
Gary?
Gary?
This clause is about the payment of the fine, and I think that the fine goes away if they do the provable positive steps, do they not?
That was my point earlier. The only thing that happens when you show provable positive steps is you get your delegation back. You're not off the hook for any fine. Candidates aren't off the hook for anything. That's the way we wrote this.
The way I'm reading this is that the removal is about the fact they haven't paid the fine. So as long as the fine is still there and it's unpaid, I don't think they should have their membership. So I would support it the way it's written. Thank you.
So are you satisfied with the language as it is? Yeah. Any further discussion?
Wendy?
Wendy Davis from Georgia. I thought earlier we were talking about taking out the word voting because it's like every element of their membership, not just their vote.
We have one quick procedural problem here that we need to have Andy clarify for us. Go ahead.
So one provision of the DNC's bylaws that I would like you all to be aware of is Section 10E of the bylaws, each member of the National Committee shall be entitled to one vote on each issue before it, except for Democrats Abroad, which has a different allocation. So a question here is whether we want to be superseding a provision of our bylaws through the delegate selection rules.
Can you read that again?
Each member of the National Committee shall be entitled to one vote on each issue before it.
Well, if we suspend their membership, then they don't have a vote. Right. It makes them not a member.
I had thought that this committee was now determining whether they had decided that they would remain members, but their voting privileges would be rescinded.
That's not what I was suggesting. That might have been what somebody else was suggesting. I thought we were saying you can't play right now until you pay your fine.
I'm confused.
Yeah, just take
What-
it.
and-
I think
and
we would-
Can you say more about what the conflict is?
Plain speak, I think she's saying that we're violating the bylaws, but
Yes, this would be a violation of the bylaws.
Can you say more about, I don't understand what the violation is.
The bylaws grant every DNC member the right to vote once on each issue that is before them.
Okay, so if we
So-
say you can't vote, what's the violation?
That they would not have one vote, they would have 0 votes at that point.
Well, then the answer is to remove the word voting, it seems. So you're suspending the membership.
In the bylaws, the provision for the removal of a member is a 2/3 vote of the National Committee.
But I believe there is a difference between, as a disciplinary matter, suspending a member's rights and removing a member. And I don't think it's in conflict with the bylaws, as I understand Roberts, for an assembly to exercise its inherent rights as a deliberative assembly to regulate the conduct of its members. And if they do not comply with something like payment of dues or payment of a fine, to suspend their membership, you know, after due process or whatever. But I don't think that necessarily violates the bylaws, does it, Helen?
I'm reluctant to have an opinion on that question without looking at the bylaws in a lot more detail than I have the chance to do right now. On the face of the argument you just made, that is consistent with Robert.
what was your ending point, Helen? I'm sorry. You were down here. What was the end?
I said that the argument Mr. McDonald just made is consistent with Robert.
I had suggested removing the word voting, and it's still up there.
But even if we take the word voting out, aren't we, it just seems like semantics, because if you take that out, all members from the state are suspended from membership on the DNC, then we're still taking their vote, right? Which seems to be a violation of what Andy's saying. So whether you say it or not, if you're not a member, you're not voting. If we're saying you're not.
Well, I think if you take out the word voting, it's more consistent with what Mr. McDonald was saying about disciplinary actions.
May I suggest changing that language to be all members from the state are suspended from exercising their membership rights until the fine has been paid in full. They're still members. They still have the rights. They're just not allowed to exercise them pending payment.
I mean, our meetings are public anyway, but,
As a
yeah,
guest.
so they would have to be as a guest.
Just to restate where we are on this, this would be in addition to Rule 21C1A. A $270,000 fine shall be due 60 days from the time the state party has violated Rule 21C1A. If the state party does not pay within that time frame, all members from the state are suspended from exercising their membership rights on the Democratic National Committee until the fine has been paid in full.
So that's the text that's before us. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those, oh, was there someone else?
That's me.
No, it's not. Okay.
Let's go.
All right.
Win.
All those in favor of the text as it now appears, please say aye. Opposed, say no. Clearly, the ayes have it. All right. I think that concludes our discussion of Rule 21, believe it or not. Congratulations.
So we are now going to move on to Rule 22. Before we begin our discussion, we will provide a brief overview of Rule 22. Let me get Will you deliver the overview, please? Do we have any more? Will?
Yes, sorry. No, we're good. Okay. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Rule 22 covers state legislative changes. It requires state parties to take provable good faith steps to align state law with party rules, defines what constitutes provable positive steps, and links legislative compliance efforts to potential sanction relief.
Rule 22A. Any discussion? Moving on to Rule 22B. Provable positive steps shall be taken in a timely fashion and shall include but not be limited to ... Any discussion? 22C. State party may be required to adopt, implement. Any discussion? Well, it looks like 22. We're done with 22. There's been no amendments to 22. Yay, yay, yay. So I think now we're going to go back.
Our review of the postponed rules.
Yes. Well, we'd like to thank the folks for getting to 22, even though we're going backwards. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for 21. Okay, Jim.
All right. So as we begin our review of the proposed rules, we'll start with Rule 1H. It's about to be displayed on the screen. There we go. So what you see is the previously proposed amendment and language. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I have new language that I'd like to propose. Michael Kapp from California.
Michael, yeah. Go ahead, Michael.
I think Will's going to be adding it.
Does he have to remove?
1 second. So it would be to remove, wouldn't be the original language, and then in addition of my mom would be so proud of those typing skills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to staff. Michael Kapp from California. So our existing rules require the DNC and state parties to provide voters with information about the delegate selection process and requires the DNC to prepare a clear and concise explanation of the national delegate selection rules. This amendment is an update to one that I brought forward at a previous meeting. And it recognizes a simple but important principle. Language access should not be a barrier to participation in our Democratic Party. If we want Democrats to engage in the delegate selection process, we should make reasonable efforts to ensure that they can access and understand information about this process. This amendment establishes a shared commitment by the DNC, the Association of State Democratic Committees, and state parties to take all reasonable efforts to make the delegate selection process accessible to Democrats who speak different languages. I'm also very grateful to ASCC President Jane Tleb and the ASCC for their willingness to partner in this effort and help support language accessibility. This amendment reflects our shared belief that participation in the Democratic Party should be open and accessible to all Democrats, regardless of the language they speak. Thank you, and I respectfully ask for your support.
Is there a second? Or a second? Okay, discussion? Frank?
Frankly, on DC, minor point, I don't think we've used the term ASDC previously in the plan, so we probably should spell it out and put it in parentheses so people know what it is.
Any further discussion? If there is no further discussion,
No,
we can vote on this amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and that concludes our review of Rule 1.
Thank you.
We can then move on to the next postponed rule.
Okay, we'll now move on to Rule 2A, 2E, and Rule 2G and 2. And we've had lots of
2A through E is what?
2A through E.
Elaine stuff.
Say that again? Oh, wait. Oh, 2A through 2E is with Elaine. And she has decided that a lot of these should be dealt with in regulations, so she offered no further amendments, so it's on the screen. If there's any discussion around those, you can comment now, but she decided that she didn't want to deal with it through this process. She wants to deal with it through regulations. So now, no, any discussion on that? So now we will go on to Rule 2G. Is there any discussion around Rule 2G? Seeing none, we'll move on to Rule 2H. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we will move on to Rule 14.
Okay, this is our final postponed rule. You can see the previously proposed amendment on the screen.
No.
No, can you?
No, that's just the,
Okay, so there was not an amendment. We just postponed discussion of 14H, okay?
Was deferred until David resolved his concerns on
Yeah.
14A.
it's David's.
David?
Yeah, I have a proposed amendment to Rule 14A,
14A.
which, do you want to put the proposed amendment on the screen, or do you? Yeah, go ahead. I'll wait, so.
Because there was nothing for 14. Each. We should probably read the previous amendment first. Yes. For the purposes of clarification, we're going to read Frank's original amendment, and then we will take up David's.
So the original amendment that this committee adopted in DC at the last in-person meeting was to add the language, "No ballot used for the purposes of allocation of delegates among presidential preference shall permit voters to express more than one presidential preference. Where state law provides for multiple presidential preferences in a primary, only the first round will be considered for delegate allocation purposes."
We should go to Frank's.
David?
Yes, thank you. The state of the language right now is that we are asserting a ban against all use of multiple preferences ballots in any jurisdiction for any purpose whatsoever related to allocation of presidential preferences. During the discussion at our last meeting, a large part of the discussion, I think, potentially reflected people's questions about how a multiple preference ballot would be used and concerns about how it would be misused, questions that couldn't really be answered because they were devoid of context. And we are a little short of time at this stage of the proceedings. What this amendment would do is it would continue the ban, but allow for the fact that a state that wanted to use a multiple preference ballot because it thought it the best approach given local conditions and given its state's history and experience or education status with respect to the use of the multiple preference ballot, could propose it, and we would discuss that actual implementation, the specific implementation for the specific state, and determine whether to approve it for that state or not. That's the purpose of the first sentence, a discussion that, for those who have not been through this process before, would happen next year when we discuss each state's plans as an individual matter and determine whether they are or are not in compliance with our rules. It converts what really is an abstract ban into saying, we're not necessarily saying we'd agree with it, but make your argument. But let's not talk about it in the abstract. The second change that's up there really says if you end up using a multiple preference ballot, whether or not state law requires it, that the first round is where you have to meet the 15% threshold. You can't accumulate people who did not make the initial 15% threshold, cannot aggregate other people's votes to qualify and get across the 15% threshold. So it just potentially affects who gets how many delegates as among the people who were going to get delegates anyway. And if there's a second, then debate can continue. But
David, would you like to make a motion to implement?
oh, I'm sorry. I thought he did make a motion to adopt the amendment that is on the screen at this point.
Second.
Second.
It was second.
Okay. All right, Frank?
Thank you. Frank Leone, DC. This is an issue that we discussed at great length at our last meeting, and 4 years ago, and 4 years before that, and I think 4 years before that as well. This isn't a new issue for us. This relates to ranked choice voting, which is a voting system that may have benefits in states or in localities that have winner-take-all systems that elect a single candidate, and it's a way of getting to that one candidate. But that's not our process. Our process is a process that involves proportional representation, where anybody who gets over 15%, at least theoretically, can get delegates. And if there are enough delegates, 7 people can get delegates using that process. We also have a 15% threshold. We also want processes that are decided quickly, not after 10 rounds of counting. And so we've yet to see anybody come forward with an idea that addresses those fundamental issues. The ranked choice voting is useful, perhaps, for deciding majority winner-take-all races, but doesn't apply to our process. And we looked at this 4 years ago with Maine, and Maine has a process where, number one, there's no 15% threshold. Number two, they keep recalculating the vote until you get to 2 candidates, the top 2, and those are the only people who get delegates under the Maine system. That's just in direct violation of our party rules. And I don't see any reason to invite further proposals. Now, in particular, there's been an effort by ranked choice vote supporters to get states to adopt ranked choice voting for the Democratic and Republican presidential nominating processes. And I think that's why I think it's important for us to pass, or to keep the language we have now and not weaken that language, to let people know that as constituted, it doesn't fit in our system. Now, if somebody comes up with a plan that does fit in our system somehow, they could ask for a waiver. This is also not an all-time rule. It's a rule for this process this year. So it's something that we could take a look at, and I'm sure we will take a look at next cycle as well. But for now, we've made a decision. We should stick with it.
All right. David?
I'm happy to defer if anybody else wants to speak, but just to respond to part of what Frank said, the key part of the statement was nobody has come up with a system, and the language that we have now says, and we are confident that nobody will come up with a system. We don't care whether they come up with a system, we won't hear it. The language that I'm trying to convert this to is, if you think you have a solution, then bring it to us and we'll let you know whether it works. But we're not going to refuse to hear from state parties that think that it would work in their context. We're not going to impose a ban on state party innovation in the abstract. We're going to wait and see what it is that they propose. And as Frank noted, even under his language, a state could come in and ask for a waiver. The difference is they would come in and not necessarily have explained and laid out in their plan and been subject to staff review exactly what was proposed, but would be asking for a waiver. So rather than say, okay, we'll kick this can down the road and wait for a waiver request, why don't we say we'll kick this can down the road and wait for you to actually propose to do it? And instead of being in the position of saying to voters in many states that what they think is a good solution is under no circumstances a workable solution, why don't we say, we don't like the way you're trying to do it. If we don't like the way you're trying to do it, when we see the way you're trying to do it. But why do we put this kind of a set of handcuffs on state parties who we depend on to advise us what works in local conditions? One of the reasons we have the state parties as members of the DNC is so that we don't make decisions in a room divorced from how it actually works in connection with state and local politics. And I think we should give them the opportunity to make the argument and then decide whether or not in their state it makes sense and can be consistent with our rules rather than deciding it in advance.
Wendy?
Thank you. This is Wendy Davis from Georgia. I think the waiver process gives that experimentation an avenue. And from one of my experiences as a local elected official, before I was elected to the board, we created a very strenuous process for someone to go through to have chickens in their backyard within city limits. There's a lot of fussing and fighting about it, but they had the rules set. And everybody who has met every measure of that rule has still been turned down. And I don't feel like there is an appetite for adding ranked choice voting because of our proportional you know what I'm trying to say? Because we do it proportionally. So I think adding this measure would be giving false hope to people who think we're going to be suddenly okay with ranked choice voting.
Jane?
Thank you, members. So it's just the reality that there's, I believe, 4 states that I'm aware of who've obviously contacted me in my role as the president of the ASDC that are concerned with the way that this rule is written, and that we've had lots of dialogue with them. We had language, but then I had heard that David had language and had thought his language was stronger than ours. I think it's important that we have in our rules a clear process for a state to come to the RBC to say that we do have a plan for ranked choice voting and here's what it is, and then RBC can decide if that is acceptable or not. I think that is a better, more transparent, more open process than considering a waiver. It doesn't mean that the ASDC endorses ranked choice voting or that we're encouraging the DNC to do that. It's just some states are using it. And to pretend like we're ostriches, you know, with our heads in the sand about that, I think is silly. So I think we should make them prove that they can meet the standards of the RBC through a plan, which is why I like David's language.
Bishop Daughtry?
Thank you. I'm a little bit confused because first I want to be clear that we are not prohibiting any state from using ranked choice voting for whatever they want to use ranked choice voting for, their Senate or their whoever, their other offices. We have it in New York. That's how we elected our mayor. But in those instances, in that ranked choice voting, the goal is to get to a winner, right? The challenge with this and our process is we're not trying to get to a winner. We're trying to get people to meet threshold at 15%, right? So what the part that we approved last time in that last sentence where state law provides for multiple presidential preferences in a primary, go ahead, but we're only gonna take the first round results. So you can have your multiple, however you wanna do it, but we're only interested in the first round, which will make the process uniform across all 57, as opposed to you, and then the main problem of them deciding what their threshold's gonna be. We gotta have one set of rules. It seems to me that the last sentence addresses the issue around states who have it, like it, wanna use it, go ahead. We're only interested from the party's perspective as we are enforcing delegate selection rules and what happens after the first round. We're not interested in the continual recounting and recounting and recounting. So it seems to me that this is a solution in search of a problem. I don't get what we're doing. To relitigating this again, we've already addressed people who have it and want it and like it. That's good, go ahead. We just want the first round results. And that's what will meet the threshold of all these 22 rules we got. So I just think that it's not necessary.
Jamie?
Jamie Sells in North Dakota. Question for Frank, because you seem to be passionate about this. When I consider what we're doing here, it's where our focus is obviously try to create a really fair process, give states as much latitude as possible. Our job is to make sure it's fair. Just curious if you feel like ranked choice voting, you certainly feel it's unnecessary, but in terms of fair, is it not fair for a state to run the process they want through this system?
Yeah, it's not fair because it's in violation of our party rules on proportional representation and 15% threshold. I mean, we spent all day talking about how we get people to comply with our party rules. These are two important party rules that come out of probably, well, originally McGovern-Fraser and proportional representation, and later the threshold in different time. But anyway, these are part of our rules, and all the brilliant people at the table haven't been able to come up with a way that ranked choice voting, which narrows the field to one or fewer candidates, works with a proportional representation system. And so rather than put out the welcome mat for more states to adopt ranked choice voting and then be in a situation of the situation that we were in with Maine, which is the only one that uses it in the presidential race, or tries to use it in the presidential race, and telling them that we can't use their system, we're kind of like the chickens, I guess. We're letting folks know now that these rules, this process simply doesn't work with our delegate selection rules. That's what we did at our meeting, our last meeting, and I'm suggesting that's what we should stick with.
Gary?
Gary Shea, California. I support Mr. McDonald's amendment. I do not like the idea of relying on the possibility of a waiver as the escape valve for this. My recollection is that there have been several cases in which judges have said to us when we've been challenged that, well, can't you just grant a waiver to something, and that the more we grant waivers, the less our rules become effective. And so I would rather spell out that the possibility exists subject to our approving it. And that's why I support the amendment. Thank you.
Carol?
Thanks. I think sometimes when we have this argument, we lose sight a little bit of what we're doing here. This is not an election day that's the same day for every state. We go along for a couple of months trying to narrow the field down to using proportional representation down to a nominee by convention time. Well, if some states are using ranked choice voting, whether we're counting it or not in the delegate race, when that second count comes out 3 days after their primary, there may be a different result. And a couple of days after that, there may be another different result. And it's just, I just think we need to keep our process as neat and clean as possible, because once it gets mixed up, and you think one candidate's winning, well, gosh, it looks like this one really won that early state, but they won't let them win. They're taking that away. because they recounted. And people don't understand ranked choice voting in states where it's not used. I just feel like it's going to make such a scramble. And how does a presidential candidate feel about it? Mm-hmm. They won on Tuesday. Well, by Friday morning, it appears that it was a tie. And by the next Wednesday, oh my goodness, they didn't win after all. I just feel like the more we confuse the issues, the dumber we look, and the more incompetent we look, and the worse our candidates look. I just think we need to try to clean this up, not stir it up.
Ours.
Hi, Shasti Conrad from Washington State. I think on the delay, I mean, those of us who have mail-in voting in our states, you know, we're used to a process that takes several days for all of the ballots to be counted and whatnot. And what we have found in Washington State is that it has had more, people trust the results more. They are more active in that participation. And so that sort of delay doesn't keep people from voting. It means we don't have fun election night parties, but it means that we do have more engagement because people trust the process. And so I don't think that that should keep us from allowing states who have these different practices and who, use ranked choice voting in other elections not to be able to use it in this. And I do think this is an opportunity where, we are in a moment where a lot of people are talking about electoral reform, and particularly a lot of the people that don't trust the Democratic Party are looking for leadership in a space of allowing us to do these things a little bit differently. And we have heard from 4 of our fellow state parties who have lobbied us and said, please let us do what our state knows how to do. And I think this is an opportunity for this body to be able to show that we trust those state parties to carry that out. Now, it's not perfect, but I think that this is something where we can do that and it won't cause too much, I don't think too much of trouble, because we're gonna have to review the plans anyway. So this feels like somewhat of an easy thing for us to just do to show that we're listening to our other state parties, and get this done so we can move on and talk about other things.
We're gonna let David speak to this amendment, and then we're gonna move to a vote.
First, let me say that Carol's argument actually was indicative of exactly what I'm concerned about. A large part of her argument was we can't have a result come out 3 days later that impeaches the results that we got. We can't have one come out 5 days. But we don't know, with respect to a state that proposes to use ranked choice voting, how long it takes them to count the votes until we see their plan, see what their experience is with how they count it. It may be that they have all rounds available the same night. And it bothers me to say that we don't care what the facts may turn out to be. We will decide you can't do it based on our assumption of what the facts will be. When it is so easy to say, submit the plan, we'll ask you these questions, and if we don't like the answers, we're going to reject it. But to say in advance, we know how your system works when we haven't studied it, we have suspicions, but particularly things like timing, because as Shasti said, in my state, we don't use ranked choice voting, but you're going to get a different result 3 days later anyway. It's not ranked choice voting that causes the problem. It's some other situation. And we don't penalize every state that takes in ballots like Washington does that are postmarked the day of the election but received afterwards and counts them later. We don't penalize mail-in voting states from the presidential process because we think we may not know the results till 3 or 4 days later. So why are we telling states you can't even try? You cannot even make an argument to us, because we know from back here that no matter what you do, you will never be able to count the ballots that night, or you will never be able to count the ballots as fast as all the other states count their ballots who don't use this system. That to me is the problem. What Shasti said is the issue. We are trying to tell people we listen to what they want to have us discuss. We may not agree with them, but we are trying to establish we listen, we don't close our ears, we are at least responsive. We've lost elections in the past, big ones, because we didn't want to talk about issues, or we rejected solutions instead of coming up with alternatives. So I just think this is a fairly straightforward and simple way to say, look, if you want to make the argument, we'll hear the argument, we will have questions. If you have answers for the questions, we may well let it go forward. But we want to see how the implementation, because that's the issue. There's an assertion that it can't have any use in connection with our threshold. But that's an assertion and an assumption, but it's not a proven point until you look at the actual proposed implementation. So I urge you to pass this amendment, and then if somebody actually wants to do it, if those 4 states or other states want to submit a plan for us to look at and question, we can do it at that point and make a decision when we have more time and when we're not trying to get through all of these documents. I do acknowledge, as Frank has said, that those of us who've been on the committee for 2 or 3 cycles, which is maybe less than a third of the present committee, have had this discussion before. But most of this committee, I don't think, has had this discussion in this committee before, and I think it warrants their becoming educated as to how it is proposed to be used in a specific context and not banned in the abstract.
All right. Any further discussion? If not, we'll move to a vote. You have the amendment on the screen in front of you.
Keith raised his hand.
Pardon me?
Keith raised his hand.
Who's raised?
Keith?
Keith? I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Okay, we know that 4 states have put a lot of thought into utilizing ranked choice voting. The language right now doesn't set any criteria, so it's going to be very subjective to this body in making the determination. California just went through our primary, and we had 61 candidates. If we had ranked choice voting in 61 candidates, it probably would have been a nightmare. It kind of evolved as the election proceeded. The Democrats in California knew that we had to have at least one of our candidates in the top 2. But that's without ranked choice voting. So is there a way to write language that we describe the parameters of those 4 states? Otherwise, right now, I'm looking at is we're going to come back and utilize this as, okay, we're going to make a determination. Is it going to be good or bad? It would be easier for us if we structured at least some minimum parameters. Because when you have 61 candidates, we ended up having, only 3 that had over 15%, right? Rusty, I think it was 4? What?
Only 1 mattered.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's true.
I will point out that I come from a city that has used ranked choice voting now since 1940, and once we moved to computerizing the count, we conduct multiple, like
Well,
12
I'm
or
not
15
questioning-
rounds
this is-
in 4 hours is what I'm.
Well, my issue isn't.
For 9 seats.
My issue isn't the timing. California were famous for prolonging it. We were keeping our fingers crossed in some of our primary elections that we don't have any Republican in the top 2. And we succeeded in many. My issue ends up being, or my question, I should say, is those 4 states should have criteria already. Are they ones that we would approve as a method for their delegate selection process?
So
if not, then the other question ends up being, if others come into play, we basically have no parameters for making a determination up or down on whether we will approve that state, other than a majority vote of this body. Now, so it's just putting out the question. With this language, we will make the determination on the state. with no parameter on it. So they could start with 5% of the vote as an example, and we got 24 candidates, and then elevate it to how many rounds to get to at least someone at least 15%? Or are we going to provide some exemption on the 15% so that candidate gets delegated?
That misstates the rule as it's stated up there.
What?
That misstates the rule as it's up there, because
That's
the
right.
very
Right.
last sentence says you have to have the 15% in the first round.
Frank?
Yeah, so I think to answer the question, we do have parameters. We have a 21 delegate selection rules that provide parameters and specific that require proportional representation that have a 15% threshold. And we looked at this issue last year with Maine, and they didn't have a 15% threshold. They didn't have proportional representation. They had the top two candidates. And the concern with passing David's amendment is that it invites more states to adopt ranked choice voting, and then they will come to us and we will tell them that we cannot approve their process. And so in Maine, we're only going to count the first round, but they'll report the rest of the rounds, which will lead to more confusion. So that's why I think we need to draw a bright line at this point.
Gary's right.
We are going to move to a vote. There's no one else in the queue, so we're going to move to a vote on David's amendments. Go ahead.
All right, so we're going to go to a voice vote, and I'm going to ask all of those who are in favor of the amendment to say aye. Aye. Those who are opposed, say no. No. I am going to ask for a show of hands. I think it barely goes one way or the other, but let's go for a show of hands. All those voting aye, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chair?
If you have proxy, raise both hands.
I can't raise both hands, but my proxy is voting in favor.
So you do have a proxy. Okay, we get you two.
Please keep them up. I'm tracking this.
And my proxy is gonna vote. Am I? Oh, I'm voting for Elaine.
And then, Michael, you've got your
Am I voting
proxy.
for his-
Can you say that again? Sorry.
My proxy votes yes.
Okay.
Okay, now
All right, please lower your hands. Those voting no, please raise your hands.
raise your hand. Okay. I think it's 13 against and 30, wait, what did you?
13 in favor, 36 against.
13 in favor of David's motion and 36 against.
The motion fails.
And the
You
vote?
you can put your hands
Yep, you
down.
can put your hands down. Sorry
Yeah,
about
you
that.
can put your hands down, I'm sorry.
So it looks like we have 13 in favor of David's motion and 36 against. So the motion failed.
The motion fails. And I believe that concludes our review of the delegate selection rules. Are there any remaining items that members would like to revisit?
Chair, yes. Carol?
We've talked about this before, but I don't think that any actual language, that we've adopted any actual language. This is 14H.
Oh, yes.
I was going to raise that next, yes.
I would propose that the sentence beginning, I guess it's the second sentence that begins state parties, be changed to say, state parties must take steps to educate the public that non-binding presidential preference events are meaningless, events, comma, including straw polls, comma, are meaningless, and state parties and presidential candidates should take all steps possible not to participate.
Is straw polls hyphenated?
I'm sorry,
Moved and seconded.
2 words.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of that language, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. That was not nearly as close as the previous vote. All right, thank you. So does that conclude 14H?
Yep.
I think it does. So, any remaining items that members would like us
Frank?
to deal with?
Yeah, frankly, on DC, Rule 3C talks about times, dates, places, and rules for conduct of caucuses, conventions. And we added language saying that they had to be effectively publicized no fewer than 14 days. But then last meeting, we discussed delegation meetings, which might be held on a shorter notice. And I'm still concerned that the 14 days is appropriate for some things, but may not be long enough for other things. And it's a minimum, but minimums wind up becoming rules. For example, at our last session, we said states could raise the fees for candidate filings from $2,500 to $3,500. Pretty sure that every single state will come in with $3,500 next year. And so we had recommended changing it to, with reasonable notice. Thank you, Sean. With reasonable notice, because as has been mentioned, we're going to review 57 state plans. And if they're not providing enough notice, then we have a way of doing it, but it doesn't suggest to states that you can just use 14 days for your state convention notice or other big things. So that's my amendment.
Are you making a motion to that?
I'm making a motion, yes.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? I don't see any further discussion, so we'll go to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no, and the ayes have it. Any other items that anyone would like to propose?
Frank, is that still up?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Hearing none. That concludes our review of the proposed 2028 delegate selection rules. And at this point, I'd like to ask for a motion to recommend this document as amended to the full DNC for approval. Stuart is making the motion,
Second.
and a lot of people are seconding.
Right.
Any further discussion? We are discussed out.
Right.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. And the ayes clearly have it. Congratulations.
So this concludes our meeting
For today.
for today. With that, I'll entertain a motion to recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow. I guess that, all in favor, say aye.
It's my favorite motion.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you again for all your hard work.
Thank you, everyone.
Oh, gavel, out.
There you go.